last edible. Honestly, I might take it sooner rather than later. I watched that debate yesterday and I need it, I fear. Born to be alive. Dip, dip, dibbity-doo-doo. Dip, dip, dibbity-doo-doo, indeed. Dip, dip, dibbity-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do. Alright, I got a coffee, I got a protein shake, I got my water, I got some chicken ramen noodles. I think I'm good to go. Honestly, though, that debate yesterday, like, I knew it wasn't gonna go well. I knew it was gonna be bad, but I didn't think it was gonna be that bad. Describe food? You want me to describe my chicken ramen noodles? Also, I took a shower this morning. I washed my hair, so my hair is kind of clean today. My hair's kind of clean today. Tank top, sun's out, guns out. I know my hair's kind of fluffy today. I need to fix my color balance. A little oversaturated. Hey, everybody, welcome in. Welcome in. It is Friday. How you doing? How do you feel about the debate yesterday? I think this is a picture from their 2020 debate. Like, even then, like, just look how much more alive and more, you know, just look how much more alive Joe looked 4 years ago. Like, he still looked like a reanimated corpse, but at least he looked like a fresh one. He wasn't like, yesterday though, it was bad. It was bad, and the man looks like a mummy. Honestly, there were points watching yesterday's debate. It felt like elder abuse. I'm like, oh no, what are they doing, making Grandpa do this? Why are we putting Grandpa through all this stress? You know, he's really old. He's frail. He's got dementia. We should not make him go on stage in front of the entire nation, the entire world, and just submit him to this level of ridicule. Like, please. How come we don't have FA Oop in here? What does the FA stand for? Answer that question and then you'll understand why. I was a little late today because I was putting together cat furniture. We ordered this new, like, cat feeding station, and then it's got, like, a little litter box enclosure underneath. It's pretty sweet, but that was taking me a while. And then I also put together a new standing desk for Casey for the sunroom, because we have a stream set up out in the sunroom too, and we got this little, like, standing desk thing. So I've just been building stuff today. And then I checked the time. I was like, oh shit, it's 1:20. I'm late. I'm late to my job. I'm late to work. If you didn't watch the debate yesterday, this is basically what it was. Just a lot of Joe Biden staring at the camera. Like, I don't know if they knew that they were just gonna have the camera on him the whole time, but he literally was just like stuck like this. Did I notify my boss that I would be late? I don't think Cutie Cheeks is here yet, so I think we're in the clear. I think we were able to sneak in. I think the boss was late too, so we were able to sneak in. Shh, don't tell her when she gets here. Don't tell her we were late. So anyways, what I did was I made it into an emote. And I think, maybe I'll add it to 7TV as well. Yeah, I'm like, I need that. I need that face. So yeah, it was not good. It wasn't good. I'm honestly just surprised at how many people on the Democratic side are like, yeah, we need to replace Joe Biden. I'm like, you think? I'm like, now you're willing to say it? Like, holy shit, we've known this for years. We've known this shit for years. They've been weekend at Bernieing that guy for fucking years now. If that reference goes over your head, I'll elaborate. If that, just in case that reference goes over your head, because this movie came out in 1989, so that's a long time ago. There was a movie called Weekend at Bernie's, and the whole plot of the movie is Bernie died. Bernie is actually dead. And it's these other two guys, like, basically propping him up and trying to make people think that he's actually not dead. This is what they've been doing with Joe Biden for the last 4 years. So, like, Kamala for president, we gotta hear people pronounce it right and wrong for 4 years, potentially. I don't know. Maybe. We're gonna get top cop Kamala Harris. We're gonna get her for president. Oh boy, more police funding. That's exactly what we need. That's exactly what we need. Pronounce Kamala or Kamala? Kumala? Kamala? Whenever people pronounce it, like, there's just a lot of ways that people mispronounce her name. Kamala. Dude. There's just, I don't even know the right way to say it anymore. None of them sound right anymore. They all sound wrong. Oh, it's Kamala. Okay. Weekend at Bernie's, except it is starring Joe Biden. We'll see if the AI can crank out something for us. Content warning. Maybe it's the fact that I used Joe Biden's name. Let's try to work around this. The AI, the AI can be fooled. We can work around this. Weekend at Bernie's, except it is starring the 46th President of the United States. Fuck. How do I get around this? What the fuck is that? You know, the AI image generators, they don't like it whenever you try to make, and I think it's because they don't want people to use it to make like deep fakes and shit. How about this? Weekend at Bernie's, except it's Weekend at Biden's. Fuck. They're really keeping me contained on this one. I thought I was being clever. I thought freedom of speech existed. Whatever happened to freedom of speech, huh? They don't like it when you try to make a picture of the president. The AI says that's a no-no. You can't make a picture of the president using an AI image generator because people might think it's real. I'm pretty sure that's why. Can we watch Yowie today? Robbie P lets us watch Yowie. What's that? What is it? Can you elaborate? What is it that you're asking me to watch right now? Boys kissing? Okay, I got you. Here you go. There you go. It's two boys kissing. Is that what you're looking for? They give me a lot of vegetables in this ramen noodle cup. You know, like the ramen noodle cups, they normally have like some vegetables on the top. This one's loaded up. Can you see all that? Like, look at all that. Wow. 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 Scared me. It's chicken ramen noodles in a cup. Comes in a little cup. You put some hot water in there, and now you've got soup. I've never had this food. Maybe they don't sell it in Sweden. dogs. Dogs, I thought you were outside. What happened? They were barking? And you listened to them? I just leave them outside and let them bark. Like, I'm not gonna let a dog tell me how to run my life. I'm about to time out you. Oop. It worked. It worked. Baklava was able to do it. Baklava did it. It happened. Alright. I'm taking my edible early today. It's one of those days. So that's my last one, which means I'll have to go to the weed store and get more edible. Consider supporting the stream to support my edible fund. Apparently it makes me more fun. I gotta say, the debate yesterday was probably one of the hottest messes I've seen in recent memory. Basically, Trump didn't answer a single question that he was asked. He just rambled off lies about immigrants the whole time. He also said some pretty questionable shit. Some pretty offensive stuff. So, Trump didn't do especially well in the debate. But since you had Joe Biden next to him, who just couldn't even, like, he started off the debate sounding like he had been yelling all day. Like, he started off, like, I'm like, is he gonna be able to keep his voice the whole time? There were some slam dunks, some real easy layups that Joe Biden just completely flopped. He was asked a question about abortion, and then he, for some reason, brought up a person that was murdered by a migrant. I'm like, huh? Racist fucks, both of them. I mean, it's true. I mean, to be fair, though, I mean, like, have you met a white man who's over the age of 75 who wasn't at least a little bit racist? They also had this weird moment where they were, like, insulting each other. Or Biden was trying to talk about how he was better at golf or something. I'm like, oh my god, this is such a fucking mess. It was so bad. that Democrats are finally like, maybe we need to replace Biden. I'm like, no shit. You think? They're just equally awful. They're both terrible. They're terrible in different ways. Like, electing either of these men gets us none of what we need. None of what we need, none of what this country actually needs will be achieved by electing either of these people. One of them will probably be way worse for us. But I'm beyond over the, well, I guess I gotta vote for the lesser of two evils. It's like, why am I voting for evil? Like, why can't I vote for good? Like, why is it always a choice between more evil or less evil? It's like, Honestly, the biggest burn of the night was delivered by Donald Trump. Joe Biden was finishing up answering a question and he just starts like mumbling. And then Donald Trump says, I'm not sure what he just said there at the end of that sentence. And I don't know if he knows what he said either. I'm like, oh my god, it's fucking over. He's fucking cooked. Like, how do you come back from that? Let's see.
That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted.
Is this okay?
On a distant world.
Fuck. It was really bad. And I'm kind of over talking about it, but like, yeah, Democrats are freaking out. I'm just speechless, actually. Like, I don't even know how to feel about this. Deep despair, perhaps? It's just a bunch of malarkey. If you were doing bingo last night, you probably got a bingo whenever Joseph Biden said malarkey. I'm uploading this emote. I need to do this real quick. This needs to be a thing. Processing emote. This may take some time. I can wait. Joseph Robinette Biden. Also, it should bother you and disturb you whenever politicians are like, oh yeah, we're getting closer to World War III. It's like, that's how you get closer to World War III. That's how you prepare people for it to happen. Like, if you actually don't want World War III to happen, you should talk about how you can prevent World War III. Processing. Okay. It should be in my emotes now. Yep, it's in there. Might take a moment for it to show up. But it's there now. I needed to do this. It needed to be done. Oh, it's showing up in chat already. Good. Good, good, good. What does malarkey mean? It means nonsense. It's an old white man's word for nonsense. Okay, so it shows up here. It's showing up in chat. It's just not showing up on my stream. It's not showing up here. It's showing up over here. So if you can't see it over here, refresh. It needed to be done. And he was just making that face, just staring at Trump. Just locked in, like, oh my god. We're cooked. We're cooked. Like, the real loser of that debate was the American people. Like, it was us. Like, there were no winners. There were only losers. And we were the biggest loser. We got some questions popping up. I'm going to get to some questions here in a minute. I'm also going to review some stories online. I want to take a look at some BetterHelp horror stories. I want to finish these noodles. About to hop into these questions here in just a sec, but for the time being, how are you doing? How are you feeling? I think I feel exasperated. I think that's how I feel today. Exasperated. I think I made a bad decision today. What do you mean? A bit depressed. Summer makes you depressed. You got that summertime sadness. Feeling eager, hopeful, frightened. You made a choice. What was your choice, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. It's like being in that type of situation where you have to like talk to the police about your abusive partner and like no choice really feels like the right choice in that moment. It won't really be until like you're able to look back at it in the future and be like, yeah, you know what, I'm glad I did the right thing. But it's one of those things where it's like when you're in the situation and you're going through it, it's like it's never easy. Well, if you feel that way, it's okay to keep that private. No worries there. You got an interview Monday? I'm sure you're gonna do great. You're gonna do great. Are we drunk enough to talk about it in an hour or two? Well, we'll see you when you get there. It's like, honestly, I don't care one way or the other if you decide to testify against him or throw his ass in jail or just, I don't care. I don't care if you like had a hard time doing that or you're just guilty or feel unsure about what decision you want to make. It's like, but for the love of God, like, don't stay with this man. Like, people who habitually and chronically abuse their partners don't normally just stop one day. Normally it just continues to get worse, and normally they just end up killing their partner. Anyway, let's get this wheel out of the way. There's no going back on my statement now anyway. Is that what they told you, or is that how you feel? Did they say no takesies backsies? They said sorry. Did they say final answer, and then they locked it in? You basically ruined your own case. Maybe, maybe not. Just please don't lie to protect this man. Like, holy shit. Like, he does not need you to, like, lie to cover for him. Well, I did that? Well, then you call him on Monday and you say, hey, I need to talk about this again. You tell your real story. Get that shit sorted out. Lying to protect an abuser is enabling abuse. And we don't want to enable abuse. We get it. We understand why you did it. Not gonna judge you for it. You have to struggle not to downplay what happened to you. That's really common. People will find ways of being like, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Maybe I'm overhyping it. And it's like, you're kind of gaslighting yourself. Like, the solution when dealing with an abusive person is very simple. Just stop abusing. Just stop hitting. Like, why do you need to beat your partner? It doesn't make any sense. Like, just don't do that. It's not hard. It's not hard. I have never once felt the slightest compulsion to ever lay a hand on anyone that I've ever been with. And I have no idea how people can feel that way. Well, I do know. I do understand it. They have a child's understanding of how to process anger. Because getting angry and hitting people is what toddlers do. It's just such a childish reaction to your emotions. So, do you want to be married to an angry child trapped in an adult man's body? Probably not. I had an uncle who was an abuser and he never became a better person till his death. That's normally what you'll see, is a person who is an abuser won't become less of an abuser until they get so old that they just can't do it anymore. Like, oh, they're like, hey, come here, let me hit you. And you're like, you just walk away from them and they can't keep up. Mander's right. It's like, if you told them one thing, but you want to, like, call them back and clarify or talk to them again, like, you can do that. Like, people who work with people who are in abusive situations, they understand that the person who has been abused is going to have a hard time telling their story because of all that abuse. Like, so they should be mindful and understanding of that. And if there's things that you feel like you want to set the story straight or clarify, you still have the power to do that. It was the case with your grandma. She really wanted to inflict the same pain on her great-grandchildren, but she lacked the strength. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, just thinking about your grandma and how she was, that might give you some insight into why your mom is the way that she is. I mean, if that's her mom. I saw a thread on Twitter the other day that was talking about generational trauma, and there were people in the comments who were acting like it isn't a thing. Or that it doesn't exist. And Anytime people talk about stuff from that perspective, I just get so frustrated. I'm like, how could it not be a thing? Like, how could the fact that your grandparents used to beat the shit out of your parents and abuse them, how could that not affect how they treat you? Just telling yourself that it doesn't affect you doesn't mean that it doesn't actually affect you. But that's literally the level that some people think of their mental health on. They just are like, nah, that doesn't affect me. But it's like, clearly it does. It's like, clearly the writing is on the wall. As a therapist, how do you differentiate abuse from punishment? Not to downplay people's experiences, but I was an awful kid, and when I tell people about some of my punishments, they automatically jump to it being abusive. I would say how I would differentiate that is like the level of response. Like, let's say a child is hungry and they come and they tug on their parents' shirt. They come up to them and they try to get their attention. They're like, "Hey, I'm hungry." But the parent is busy doing something and they're having a bad day, and so they're like, they just take it out on the child, and then they're like, here's the thing. Most kids act like kids, and kids aren't always the best behaved. In fact, it was the really well-behaved kids, the ones that are like, oh, you're so well-behaved, oh, you're such a good child. It's like, those were the ones who were like very hyper-vigilant, and like, you know, they were that way because of the way that they had been treated growing up. But yeah, the difference between like abuse and punishment is it's like proportionality. Also, you want to make sure that whatever it is that you are disciplining a child for actually makes sense. Also, you want to teach them a lesson so that they can learn how to behave correctly. For most like kids, it's like you don't learn to behave correctly, you learn how to hide your behaviors better from your parents. Like if you aren't disciplining your child in an appropriate way, like they just stop talking to you. They keep it secret. They just become better at hiding their bad behavior. My dad would hit me with a belt until he married my stepmom. Honestly, stepmom, great work. Like, hitting your children doesn't teach them anything. It just inflicts pain upon them. A more effective way to discipline a child is to revoke privileges from them. Take their iPad away. Make them do chores, make them help you around the house, make them, you know... A lot of people will justify hitting their kids because they're like, well, my parents hit me and I turned out fine. I'm like, did you? I'm like, really? Okay. It's like, you didn't turn out okay because you got hit. You turned out okay in spite of getting hit. There's a difference. But yeah, when a parent is too harsh with their punishments, it just teaches the child to be better at hiding what it is that they did. If you're able to be fair with your discipline and you're able to sit down and talk with the child and be like, here's what you did wrong, and this is why it was wrong, and this is what you should try to do instead, then they'll become more open to actually coming to you when they have a problem that they need to talk about. Which is what you want. If your child has a problem in life, you want them to be able to come and talk to you about it. Like, you want your children to respect you, but not fear you. And some people equate the two. Your therapist said, I'm surprised you're not more fucked up. That's one of those jokes that like sometimes therapists, we like to incorporate a little bit of humor into our approach, and so say, hey, in spite of all that, you seem to have turned out okay. I got a couple questions dropping in. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these. Feeling super insecure. Posted a photo of me with no makeup online. Saw through what kind of selfies other girls were posting, then I compared myself to them, because they wore super pretty makeup and had their hair done and cute outfits on, and I just posted a photo of me just in the bathroom mirror, not done up. I want to pause for a second and just remind you of something. All of those other people that posted their photos, they were also insecure about them. Like, no matter how well you perceive them, they're probably looking at it like, why is my eye doing that thing? Or, oh, I messed up my makeup right there. Like, oh, I look terrible in this picture. Sometimes people post pictures of themselves looking good because they actually feel like they look good, but a lot of time people post pictures of themselves looking good so that they can get validation from other people. They want other people to tell them that they look good so that they can feel better about themselves. So that's why they put all that anxiety and all that work into their picture. Because they are also insecure. That's what social media does to us. I feel like I can't delete the photo now because it would make me seem insecure. But I also got mad because why do we have to be so perfect on social media? You don't, actually. You don't. That's not the rule. Some people might treat it like that's the rule, but that's not actually how it goes. Like, if you just are able to let that idea go, it's like, oh, maybe I don't need to give a shit. Maybe I don't need validation from random strangers. Why am I not comfortable not being done up? Should I just not have posted the photo at all? Just not feeling as beautiful as I want. Should I only post photos I'm super comfortable with? I thought the photo was alright until I saw what others were posting. Now I feel like my followers are judging you. Now they're probably impressed by the fact that you were brave enough to post a picture of yourself with no makeup. Because even though that's what you actually look like, for some reason society and social media has convinced people that showing people what you actually look like is wrong or something that you should be insecure or ashamed of, and that is stupid. I'm not saying you're stupid, I'm saying society is stupid. I feel like you should be proud of yourself for, breaking that trend. Creating this, because you have to think, like, this sort of, like, mindset on social media is, like, it just promotes this idea that has existed for a long time. Like, women can't show themselves unless they're all done up. It's like, why not? Like, I'm not wearing any makeup right now. I should have people post makeup-less selfies on our Discord channel. We have a selfies channel. We should do no makeup posts. I just want to say something. I hear that you're feeling insecure right now, and I'm trying to offer you some reassurance and tell you that you don't really need to feel that way. Because other people thinking you look good isn't going to give you the happiness that you think it will. Instead of feeling secure, you're just going to become more and more focused on very specific things to feel insecure about. And so what I would focus on instead is just trying to feel confident with who you are and what you look like. You just have to appreciate, this is me. And if I want to add to that so that I feel more confident, that's just a bonus. But there's nothing wrong with looking like what you look like. Everybody's beautiful, everybody's unique. I feel like the only way to break this trend that has existed for a long time, that you can't show your face online unless you're all done up. The only way to break that is for more people to just post themselves as they are, because that's what's real. Social media creates this image of the world that just isn't real. It's just not. It's a false representation of what life actually is. So don't judge your life based on this false life that is created by social media. You could be the most done up, most drop dead gorgeous person on the planet, and people on social media would still call you hideous. Because that's social media. You're never gonna win them all over. There are people out there who still gonna think that you don't look good enough, no matter what you look like. So don't care so much. Just try not to care so much about what other people have to say, because it really doesn't matter. And what matters is what you feel about you. I feel like if anybody has to wear makeup, we should both have to wear makeup. I feel like everybody should have to wear makeup. Just take it back to the ancient times when everybody was wearing it. The before I go on to the next question, there's a point you made. There was a point you made that I wanted to highlight. You felt good about the picture until you started comparing yourself to other people. You say, I thought the photo was alright until I saw what others were posting. The photo is alright. It doesn't change. You just need only compare yourself to yourself. Don't compare yourself to others. Comparison is the thief of joy. Exactly. Exactly. Because I can guarantee you this. They might not openly admit it, they might not say it publicly, but I can 100% guarantee that some of the people who posted some of these selfies where they're really done up are envious of your bravery to post a picture that had no makeup. I can guarantee that some of those people who posted those pictures, the ones that you feel bad because of, those are the same people who look at you and say, damn, I wish I could have done that. I wish I had the guts. Someone else's beauty never takes away from your own. Exactly. Precisely. Like, it's not a contest. I feel like we get farther and we do better when we celebrate each other's successes rather than compare ourselves to other people. So I'm on this very small island right now, and there's a concert tonight. The rest of my family went, and I stayed home. I feel shame and regret for not going. I'm super tired and didn't sleep well. A wasp stung me and gave me an allergic reaction, so my arm hurts, and I just feel sweaty and gross. So what's going well for you? Like, what is going good? Like, what's going right? I know I probably should have gone to help fix my social anxiety, and I have a bit of FOMO. I struggle to know if my reason for not going really was that I am tired and that my arm hurt, or if it was just fear of being judged. Would you believe me if I said it could be both? It doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Things in life very rarely have one precise reason why they happen. What I'm thinking is you did have that fear of being judged, and then your brain started looking for a reason to be like, why shouldn't I go? Because fear of being judged isn't a good enough reason for me, which is actually, not a bad thing. You're trying to not rely on your fear of being judged to not go out, but you are still maybe not displacing it onto other stuff. What is FOMO? Fear of missing out. FOMO. Part of me thinks I'm trying to convince myself it's not the social aspect, but it probably is. What do I do now? I feel like saying no to things like this makes me miss out on life, but also I do feel really burnt out and tired and didn't want to go. Should I have gone? How do I feel better about this FOMO even though I chose to have FOMO? You choose differently next time. You can't change the choice you made, so I wouldn't dwell so much on the choice that you made. I would focus on the next choice that you have to make. The next opportunity to go out, the next opportunity to practice against your social anxiety. Because, guess what? It's your anxiety that's making you nitpick your previous decisions. It's like, oh, did I do the right thing? Am I not working against my anxiety? It's like, none of that matters. None of that matters. It is what it is. Let's say you had gone. Let's say you had gone. Maybe you would have had fun. Maybe you wouldn't have had fun. You don't know. And you won't ever know. So what you gotta do is you gotta wait until next time, the next opportunity. But also, I would look at that feeling of FOMO as a sign that you are changing. A sign that you want to get out and socialize. So this feeling of FOMO isn't necessarily bad, because it's a good indicator that you want to do things differently. You want to get out and socialize. And so don't worry so much about the choice that you did make, because the next choice is the one that matters more. It's that next opportunity you have to go out, to talk to people, to just be a human, and do human stuff. Longing for connection and good times, but too socially anxious to feel like it's possible. I've been there. Yep. Yep. When it comes to dealing with social anxiety, the way that you get over it is by proving it wrong. Just staying at home and waiting until you feel like socializing might not work, or it might take way longer than you would like. Like, you don't have to wait until you're starving to go eat. But that's what some people do. They just isolate until they are just so starved and, devoid of socialization that they start acting out of desperation. I had encountered a guy, and this was back when I worked at a big box retailer. I worked at the returns counter, and there was a guy that would come in, and he would return the same item every time. He would intentionally buy an item so that he could return it, so that for a few minutes he could stand there and talk to us. if you go out and start talking and shaking, then you say, "Whew, I need some fresh air. I'm gonna go for a little walk. Care to join me?" That's only if you actually want to invite them with you. But it's okay to be like, I need to move around a little bit. Was he elderly? No, he was probably like in his 40s or 50s. He wasn't that old. When I worked at a mental health facility, there was a guy who got mental health treatment, and he would walk up there every single day and then just sit in the same chair in the lobby and just hang out for pretty much the whole time that they're open. I mean, he would get up and like walk around and like sometimes go to some groups and stuff, but yeah, he would just go there and hang out. Socialization is something that we need. It's just like food or water or air. Eventually, your body will make you go up and find it in unusual ways to satisfy that need. Like next thing you know, you're trauma dumping to the cashier. Or the cashier is trauma dumping to you. I've had that happen before too. So I would say, your question was, how do I feel better about this FOMO? By looking at it this way. Damn, I am changing. I do want to get out there and socialize. If not, I wouldn't be feeling this FOMO. If I didn't want to actually get out there and socialize, I wouldn't feel this feeling right now, so I should be glad that this feeling is here. Because if right now I felt like I made the right choice, I did the right thing, I was correct, then you're not really getting better, you're just kind of staying the same. But hey, there's a part of you that's like, you know what? I did want to go out. And so you want to feel that FOMO, because that's the exact indicator that you're changing. Shit, what am I doing? I need to get ready. Get out, get going. Get it. Go and get it. You really like that shift in perspective? That's, you know, of all my skills, I feel like my ability to shift perspective is probably one of the skills that I'm most happy to have. I'm pretty good at that shit. I'm well practiced in finding the best possible perspective for any given thing. I'm Mr. Brightside. So yeah. The FOMO is not a bad thing. That FOMO means that you're changing. That's exactly how you want to feel. Something that helped my social anxiety was to write out exactly what I was worried about when attending a social gathering. For me, it was saying the wrong thing, embarrassing myself, and then you ask yourself realistically, what is the worst thing that could happen if those worries come true? Right? It's like, no, people aren't just gonna stop what they're doing, stop having their conversations, all turn your direction and start pointing and laughing at you. How about this? You know, because just being aware of those things and asking yourself what's the worst thing that could happen, that is a helpful way to deal with it. Here's another thing that you could try that's also helpful when it comes to social anxiety. The next time you go out and you're socializing, you don't have to talk, you can just listen. But what I want you to listen for are the mistakes that people make, the moments that they might be a little embarrassing, but I just want you to watch how they handle it. Because the thing about making a mistake or being embarrassing is if you're able to bounce back and not obsess about it, then people will just forget it. They'll just move past it. But it's when you make a big deal about it, then people are like, what's going on? Like, why is this a big deal? Like, why, like... Because everybody makes mistakes. Everybody accidentally says the wrong thing. And you know what helps? Is just be like, just laugh about it. Just be like, did I just say that? Oh my god, I meant to say this. And then get a chuckle, and then other people will laugh too. And it's like, there you go. Humans are so engrossed in their own individual lives that I promise it doesn't matter as much as you think it does. That's true, it doesn't. But sometimes we forget that in the heat of the moment. But the thing about socializing is, like, other people are trying to get people to like them too. Like, other people have social anxiety. It's like, it's just about how you handle that social anxiety. Next time you go out in public, remind yourself that everyone there has social anxiety, but just look at how they handle it. Look at how they cope with it. Look at how they deal with it. And then try to find inspiration from it. Copy their moves. That's literally how socializing works. We just steal each other's moves. We've been doing it the whole time. We've been doing it for thousands of years. You go out and monkey see, monkey do. If all else fails, just pretend you're me. Just ask yourself, what would Papa B do right now? What would he do? I'm sure he would know what to do. A little version of me pops up inside your head and he's like, hey, you should do this. And then you're like, good idea. Thanks, Papa. But wait, that was inside me the whole time. I want to talk about this before I get to these next questions. If you submitted a question, just give me a moment. I'll get to it. I know I got some catching up to do. One thing I want to say real quick. This is actually a really helpful exercise, like after you've had some therapy, after you've been working on things for a while. Because it doesn't necessarily have to be therapy. But oftentimes in a therapeutic relationship, the client starts to almost develop a little bit of like a dependency on the therapist. Like, not in like a really bad way or anything, but just like, before I make any type of decision, I want to bounce it off of the therapist first so that I can know what choice to make. And it's the therapist's job to like not allow this type of stuff to get beyond control. But anyway, sometimes people have a hard time quitting therapy because they feel like I still need that help, I still need that guidance. And so what I tell them is ask yourself, what would my therapist say about this? What would my therapist say about that? What would my therapist tell me to do in this circumstance? And then just think about it. And then you'll probably be able to figure it out. Because if you've been working with your therapist for a while, it's like you get a pretty good idea of like what they're gonna say. But then I want you to remember that Your therapist isn't actually giving you those answers. You have those answers inside of you. It's just that you have a hard time accepting your own answers. You want them to be your therapist's answers. But it's you. It's you. It's you making those choices. It's you having those ideas. It's you. Anyway. The best way to handle a mistake in a social situation is to laugh about it. As long as you didn't, like, break something. Like, misspeaking or, like, maybe, like, a harmless mistake. Just laugh at it. As long as you weren't, like, doing something terrible. You didn't break some stuff. If you break something, you apologize. Anyway. Get back into these questions. How do I fix all my boyfriend's porn addictions? All my boyfriends? Porn addictions? And why do they all have it, and then I leave, and then on to the next, and then he has it too? Have you considered that perhaps you have an addiction to porn-addicted men? It's not about you fixing anybody else's addiction, it's about finding somebody who doesn't struggle with that addiction. Like, you're not there to fix them. Like, if they want to fix that, go to therapy. Go to addiction counseling. You don't need to feel good about yourself by looking at, like, how you can improve somebody else's life. It's like, no, work on your life. Raise the bar a little bit. Like, getting into a relationship and, like, wanting to fix somebody, it's like, that's just not it. Like, you should be in a relationship with somebody that wants to take good care of themselves and, you know, behave in a good way, be morally sound. I'm not trying to blame you or judge you or anything, but I'm just saying, like, raise your standard a little bit. Like, I could understand why you might fall for this type of person because, you know, when you meet a new boyfriend and they're a freak, they match your freak, I guess. And then it comes as a surprise that they're porn addicted. Like, relationships are about a lot more than just sex. Like, sex is an important part of a relationship, but some people make it their only aspect or, like, their main focus. As far as why do they all have it, it's like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people have porn addiction these days. It's like, first off, that shit's free. It's easier to get addicted to some shit when it's free. Like, if they just gave out alcohol, if they just gave out cigarettes, I'm like, yeah, there'd be more people using them. It's free. Also, sex really taps into like a primal part of your brain because reproducing sexually is part of your biological imperative. It's hardwired into your DNA that you should enjoy and seek out sexual activity because that's how you procreate. Nobody's heard Therapy Nightmare Lore yet? Not yet. Not yet. I was taking some questions. Is that chocolate milk? It's a chocolate protein shake. So kind of. Kinda. I had some relatives today come over, and while I was getting comfortable around them and talking about things I don't usually share with others, and while talking I turned my head and noticed one of them is recording Snapchat streaks of me as if I was gossip content and giggling about it. The girl who I caught recording stopped and pretended to be doing something else, so I just dismissed it. A little bit later, she and the other girls are recording me again, and I noticed they were sharing these photos and videos, and I just stopped talking, and I didn't know what to do. I only looked at them, hurt, and went mute. I feel like I just got bullied. You did. That was bullying. You did get bullied. Were they teenage girls? Teenage girls can be fucking mean. Like, I was the oldest sibling. I was the oldest brother. And then I have two younger sisters. And, like, I feel like a lot of teenage girls go through, like, a mean phase. It's like, oh, they'll just say shit that's just, like... Or they'll, like, take unflattering pictures and recordings of you and then make fun of you. It's like, that's some nasty shit. But I mean, they're just doing it to feel better about themselves because deep down they're insecure about themselves because what do we teach women in this world is to feel insecure. I'm really hurt and depressed right now, and even after I stopped talking, they were acting like nothing happened. Yeah, because they're cowards. If you actually, like, stood up to them and confronted them, they would crumple. They'd be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I was... You know, it's... It would be like the police showing up. They'd put on the waterworks. It's childish behavior. If people are recording you, put on a show for them. Just ask them, make sure you get my good side. Honestly, like, this is the type of behavior that's gonna catch up to them eventually. Like, this is like they'll have to learn that lesson. So I would just It's just childish behavior. Don't feel bad about yourself over childish behavior. Like, sometimes when it comes to like teenagers and shit, it's like you just gotta wait for them to grow out of it. Like sometimes you just literally can't like have a logical conversation with them. It's like sometimes you just have to wait until they grow the fuck up. I'm in a salty mood today. No cost of living raise this year and insurance premium increase. Oh, I'd be having words. I'd be having words. I'm like, how much did your CEO get a raise? Like, how much of a bonus did they get this year? Like, guarantee it wasn't nothing. That's the kind of shit that would get me to start unionizing. Questioner, before I move on from this one, I just want to say it's just childish bully behavior. Try not to let it get you down. Like, if you want to talk with these people later about what they did, like one-on-one, that's your decision. But sometimes people can just be mean for no reason other than they're trying to feel better about themselves. And that's probably why they were doing this. So just let it wash over you. Just let it run off your back. You know? Or rat them out to their parents. You could rat them out to their parents. That's your choice too. But then their parents will probably be like, I don't want to deal with them. They're terrifying. I'm visibly queer, and while I have supportive parents, coming out was one of the biggest regrets of my entire life. My parents are not perfect, and I had a troubled life growing up, usually as queer youths do. I've asked my parents if they were ashamed of who I am as a child, and they assured me that they loved me and were not. However, my shame and guilt that I feel because of it makes me feel chronically embarrassed. I've broken up with potential long-term partners because of this. I would even be utterly ashamed and would feel guilty if they found out I had a partner as well. I've broken up with people just so my parents don't find out. Alright. We need to reflect on these feelings. We need to reflect on these feelings, because these are your feelings, which means that you are the only person in the universe that can do something about those feelings. That you are the only person that has the ability and the right to change the way that you feel. So I would ask yourself the hard questions, and I would say, why would I feel this way? Why would I feel shame? Why would I feel guilt? If you feel these types of really strong emotions, it's really important to put them under closer scrutiny. Whenever you feel some type of way and you feel like a really powerful emotion, it's just a good practice to ask yourself, why do I feel this way? So that you can figure it out and process it and work through it. Like, your parents told you that they loved you and they accept you, so what's stopping you from taking them at their word? You don't have anything to feel guilt or shame about. You don't need to view embracing your identity as something to regret. I feel like you would have a deeper sense of regret if you hadn't come out yet. Or asking yourself, like, why didn't I come out sooner? But that's just my speculation. Sounds like drama. Yeah. I mean, I would try your best to focus on the future. Try to focus on what type of life you want to have, what type of relationship you want to be in, and how you want to treat the relationship that you have with your parents. Instead of just looking ahead and assuming that the worst things are going to happen, like, what's going to happen if I bring home a partner to my parents? And then you think about all the terrible, awful things that could but probably won't happen. Instead, I want you to visualize what would it be like if I brought a partner home and things went really well. Because it seems like your parents just want you to be happy, and they want you to see you with someone that makes you happy. Whether or not your parents are actually happy about it doesn't matter, because you're happy because of the relationship that you have. Whether or not our parents accept us should not stop us from accepting ourselves. Whether or not our parents communicate love to us should not stop us from loving ourselves. But this is the kind of stuff that we learn really early on in life. Those early childhood negative experiences that really set the tempo for how we view ourselves throughout the rest of our life. Unless you want to change it, which you can do. So if you're feeling feelings of shame and guilt and embarrassment, ask yourself why. Sometimes we have, and it's almost like something that's hidden behind a curtain in our mind. When it comes to the feelings of like shame and guilt, it's almost like it's hidden behind a curtain, and you feel like there's something really scary behind that curtain. I don't want to look behind that curtain. I don't want to see what it is that's hiding back there, because it's really scary. But then you pull back the curtain that says shame and guilt, you look behind it and you see what's actually behind it, what's actually causing that feeling of shame and guilt. Oh. There's nothing back here. Just cobwebs. There's nothing you can do about anything that has happened. The only thing you can do is change how you feel about it, change what you do going into the future. So what do you want to do differently next time? Next time you find a potential partner, next time you find somebody you really like, how do you want it to go? Instead of worrying about what could go wrong, I want you to think about what could go right. We need to redirect that anxiety, start taking our power back from our guilt and shame. Because those don't really serve us anymore, do they? They're kind of getting in the way of things. Besides, if you don't start bringing partners home, your parents are gonna assume you've got no game. Like, they don't care if you're gay, they just want to know if you've got game. Just a little bit of humor. Warrior Motorboat, thank you for that subscription. Thank you. Warrior Motorboat, my number 2 moderator. I just want you to think about this a little bit differently. I want you to just try to imagine a new perspective of looking at this. I want you to think of this from a different perspective. Your parents love you and they want you to be happy. They don't care who it is that you're dating. They don't care what type of person you're with. They just want you to see you with somebody that makes you happy, right? But here you are not bringing anybody home to meet them, so they are probably wondering, are they embarrassed to introduce somebody to us? Are they ashamed of us? Are they not seeing anybody? Are they not going on dates? Taking the perspective of a parent can be challenging, but oftentimes I've found that parents deal with their own feelings of guilt and shame. You know, if your parents tell you that they love you, and that they have no shame about who you are, then I would believe them. I would take them at their word. Unless they're doing or saying something that goes against that, you know? I mean, when your parents tell it to you, they probably want you to believe it. And if their actions match up with their words, I would assume that it is true. I'm still reeling about this debate yesterday. I'm still reeling about this debate yesterday. Like this face Joe Biden was making for half the debate. Just be honest. I want you to be honest with me. If you saw somebody walking down the sidewalk by themselves and they just had this look on their face, would you feel the urge to, like, go up to them and be like, "Sir, are you okay? Like, is there someone with you? Are you out here on your own? Where's your house? Like, where do you live? Like, do you need help getting home?" Like, if I saw somebody walking around with the expression on his face that Joe Biden has here, I would assume that they are having a senior moment and that they possibly need help. They might be lost. They might have wandered out of their house. They might have wandered away from the retirement center. I'm like, "Do you have your ID on you, sir? What's your name? Do you have a phone? Is there anybody we can call? Anybody who can come pick you up?" And he had this look on his face for what felt like nearly every moment that he wasn't speaking. It's a bunch of malarkey. And then you had Donald Trump being Donald Trump, which they've been trying to portray Donald Trump as being in cognitive decline. They're like, "Oh, and he is. Like, he is, don't get me wrong, but, like, not as fast as Joe or not as extreme as Joe." It's like, why are we having a presidential election where it's like, which bad grandpa do you want to vote for? Do you want Coke or Pepsi? What's their age difference? It's not that much. It's a couple of years. America is cooked. Oh, we've been cooking. We've been slow cooking, and we're about to have some barbacoa. Ever gonna unsee Biden as a ghoul now? Oh my god, he kind of does. He kind of looks like a ghoul. Hold on, I know what I can use the AI for. It wouldn't let me create a picture that I was looking for of Joe Biden, but I'll just have to create a picture of Joe Biden without saying Joe Biden. A ghoul from the Fallout series giving a speech as the president of the USA. God, it blocked so many prompts. And whenever I use the word Biden or president, it's like, what the fuck? Does it not know what a ghoul looks like? Gave me the fucking Crypt Keeper. Close enough. A frail, lifeless, pale-skinned, ancient mummy Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. I felt like this is what I was looking at. I'm like, oh my god. How are they keeping him alive? I want to know what sort of cocktail they've cooked up to keep this man alive. This is the President of the United States, so you know, he's got all the good shit. He's got all the good shit that they don't give us. He's got that shit that they'll give an army person when they've got to be up for like 5 days in a row. Like they got him on the juice. I'm like, but the juice is wearing off. And the goose is cooked. Look at this face. It's like, what year is it? What country am I in? This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. How did I get here? Jimmy Carter will outlive Biden. Jimmy Carter's just been hanging on somehow. Jimmy Carter's grandson was interviewed recently and said, yeah, sometimes he just doesn't wake up for a few days. I'm like, what? 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 Sometimes he just sleeps for entire days. Like, damn, Jimmy. Still kicking, huh? It's like Donald Trump just said all this like fucked up shit that was just like clearly lies, and then Biden just did absolutely nothing about it. It felt like they were both just like reading off their own bullet points. It's like neither of them even acknowledged that the other one was there, hardly. They just both had the things that they were trying to say. Like, Trump on his own isn't looking that good, but like compared to Biden, it's like, oh. Why so old? Like, I'm not trying to be ageist or anything, but I feel like that there's a point in a person's life where it's like, we should stop making them work. Like, we should let them just retire and hang out and do whatever they want to do. There were literally points during this debate where it felt like I was watching elder abuse. That's how bad Joe Biden was at the debate. I felt like I was watching elder abuse. I'm like, oh, please, just give Grandpa a break. Come on, he's had enough. Oh, no, come on. Like, please, stop. It was bad. It was not good. Isn't the average life expectancy for men in the US? I don't know, let's look it up. Average life expectancy. I'm pretty sure it's down. Or has it gone up? No, it has gone up slightly. It has gone up slightly. It doesn't have it split. This just says this is just the average. 79. So either way, they're both over the average. Like, wow, compared to a lot of other countries, our average kind of sucks. Oh. Look at all these countries that we rank behind in our life expectancy. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's. Ooh, that's not really, it's embarrassing. They keep, these debates, they keep talking about how great America is, too, and I'm just like, in what ways? You keep saying America is great. Could you elaborate? This is their projection. They think it's just going to be a straight line upwards. They really think that people are just going to keep getting older forever. Like, no, I feel like the way things are going, like, this probably is either going to stagnate or, watch people streaming in Chinese cities and they have us beat better, nicer, cooler cities. Yeah, part of the main reason why the United States sucks, and there are many reasons, but one of the main reasons is that we have to spend a lot of money upkeeping our military. And when we do that, we detract from our ability to actually build up our infrastructure and take care of our citizens and have nice stuff. We spend too much money blowing up other people's stuff. Like, we're the kid at school that's like, if we see it that you've got a toy that we like, you're like, can I play with it? And if they say no, you break it. Like, that's us. The geopolitical playground bully. Walking around with the biggest stick, trying to slap everybody else. Like, I don't understand why we need to have such a huge standing military all the time. That shit's fucking expensive. Like, oh, but what if somebody attacks us? It's like, if somebody attacks us, their country will be turned into a parking lot. Part of the reason why we have such a large standing military is just because it's a show of force. It's just a perpetual reminder of Uncle Sam. He's always watching. Right. Who is Uncle Sam? Is that the first president? Yep, that was the first president. Uncle Sam. The thing about Uncle Sam is he's not a cool uncle. Sometimes you have cool uncles, but then sometimes you have creepy uncles, and I fear that Uncle Sam is the creepy uncle. Like, just look at this. This is the picture that they would post up all over the place. This was to try to get people to join the military or to enlist. Just very, very typical, like, angry patriarch vibes. Which just kind of taps into the American psyche. Can't make dad mad. Don't make dad mad. So he's not a president? Yeah, he was a president and he's on our $3 bill. This is something that you see in patriarchal societies. There's this concept of like, don't wake daddy. Don't wake daddy, he's gonna get Maddie. Which is actually also my favorite board game. Don't Wake Daddy is one of my favorite board games. You are trying to make it to the kitchen to get a snack, and along the way there are things that will make noise, and you have to punch the alarm clock, and it has a random chance of waking Daddy up, and you don't want to wake Daddy. But yeah, this is the type of poster that they would put up. It's like, join the army or your angry old uncle is gonna get mad at you. There's a lot of conditioning that goes on in a patriarchal society to avoid the scorn of an older dude. Because old dudes are traditionally represented with being figures of authority in that type of social structure. Can you all stop spreading misinformation? Enough misinformation. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. Mr. Information? Oh, that's B. They call me Mr. Information. Never mind. Yeah. Chips taste. They're supposed to taste like fried pickles and ranch. Your cat thinks it's treat time? Well, then that means it's treat time, so you know what you need to do. I know what I need to do. I need to fix my hair. This is what the bag looks like since it's green screened out. You get them at Aldi. Fried pickle ranch potato chips. What the frick is a fried pickle? Well, you slice pickles and then you bread them and you deep fry them. Sometimes people will also do fried pickle spears, but I think I'll prefer the fried pickle chips. That's disgusting. Yeah, and Swedes eat Sturströmming, so I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear anything from a country that eats fermented fish that a fried pickle is bad. Fried pickles are good. Fried pickles are good. Americans, can I get some fried? Can I get some backup on this? Can I get some backup on this? What does ranch taste like? Creamy, garlicky, herby. It's good. I've never had a fried pickle though. Well, I know what you need to do this week. Bucket list time. You know, these aren't so hard to make at home either. And you could make your own dipping sauce. You can make your own seasoned breading. And that'd be pretty cool. The thing about fried pickles is you normally see them in one of two shapes. You either get the rings, which are made from pickle slices, or you get fried pickle spears. I would say, do you like the taste of pickles? If you like them to be very pickly, and you want it to be more focused on the pickle, then I would go with the spear. But if you're like me and the real reason why you're eating fried stuff is because of all the breading and all that crunch, then I would go with the chips. Yeah, we love to deep fry stuff in America. We love to deep fry shit. We'll have these like we call them like county fairs. We have these things that pop up all across America, and we'll call them like a county fair, and they normally happen in the summer, you know, when it's hot outside. And there's always going to be like food vendors there, and they always just serve the most unhinged shit. Like deep fried Twinkies, deep fried, like just look at some of this stuff. Like it's hands down, going to a county fair is like one of the most American things I can think of. You know what's actually so good, but also like so gross? The fried Oreo. I've actually made these at home before. They'll also serve them at the county fair. The fried Oreo. Normally an Oreo is crunchy, but deep frying it basically steams it so it like the whole interior is soft. And so it's just like this fried little ball of like chocolatey, creamy. The batter's kind of almost like a pancake. They taste really good, but you can't eat more than like a couple of them unless you are trying to shit your pants. Josebi a Twinkie. Okay. They also have deep fried Twinkies, which is like another snack cake type thing. And it's a white cream cake with it's a golden sponge cake with a cream filling. It just tastes like very artificial, very sugary. Like those cakes I was eating the other day. I was eating those America cakes. I was eating these things the other day. It's like it's all the same shit. Like all those type of snack cakes, they all kind of taste the same. Am I talking about fried sweets? That's a good question. I don't know how we got here. Well, I started talking about fried pickles, and then I moved on to how America likes to deep fry shit, and then I started talking about the county fair and the wild kinds of foods that they serve there. You know, this is the spirit of America. That's America right there. You were just at yours last night. There was a stall with deep fried spaghetti. Oh my god. This sounds like a real pain in the ass to make, if I'm being honest, because I'm thinking about how you would have to make this to, like, get the spaghetti into a ball. I'm like, this sounds like a lot of work. It sounds like a bit of a pain in the ass. I want to look at the recipe. I'm curious. I'm like, they probably have to like roll it into a ball and then like chill it so that you can bread it. No, this says prep time 10 minutes. Apparently you can make this in 20 minutes. That doesn't sound so bad. Make 1.5-inch balls. Chill in the fridge for 30 minutes or so for a firmer ball. See, I knew you would have to chill it. Why is that not included in the time? The way they'll just be lying to you. They're like, oh yeah, this recipe, you can make it in 20 minutes. Oh yeah, by the way, you have to leave it in the fridge for 30 minutes. I've literally seen some recipes online where it's like, you can make this in an hour, and then there's a part of it that's like, leave in the fridge overnight. Leave in the fridge for at least 3 hours. I'm like, what the fuck? How are you not going to factor that in? How are you going to leave that out? Passionate about spaghetti. Yeah, spaghetti sounds kind of good. I guess you could just put some gloves on and just get in there, right? Just be rolling that shit into balls. Anyway. Anyway. Time for some BetterHelp horror stories. I feel like in doing this bit, I'm never gonna get a BetterHelp sponsorship, so you're gonna have to make it up to me. If I do this bit on BetterHelp horror stories, they're never gonna want to sponsor me, so I'm gonna need you to sponsor me. God, I want spaghetti. I want spaghetti. Like, I can mess up a bowl of spaghetti if I'm being honest. Alright, so I'm going to be looking through the Talk Therapy subreddit, and we're going to be looking through their submissions related to the BetterHelp app. As you can see, a lot of these submissions here aren't singing the praises of BetterHelp. There's not a lot of good things that you can see here in some of these submissions. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything that positive about it. BetterHelp needs to be eradicated. This stream is brought to you by BetterHelp. They're not gonna sponsor me. They're not gonna sponsor me. I'm not gonna be able to sell out. Too bad. Too bad. Here I was looking to sell out, but now it's never gonna happen. Every time I see like a YouTuber and I'm like, oh, they took a BetterHelp sponsorship, do they not have any idea that it's actually not good? What is BetterHelp? That's a great question. Thank you for asking. BetterHelp is an app that allows you to connect with a therapist through the app. So you could meet with a therapist that's on the other side of the country. And it's supposed to be a way that people can have access to therapy more easily and more reliably. Less barrier for entry, but you know what? I'm gonna read through these submissions. I'm not even gonna tell you why I think that it's not good. I'm gonna let other people tell you that. Let's see what they have to say. Again, we're looking through, these are specifically posts from the Talk Therapy subreddit. It's a pretty popular subreddit. It's got over 100,000 members. Honestly, I should go through this subreddit more in general. This sounds like an interesting subreddit. Aren't they also Zionist-owned and sell your data? I don't know, probably. It's like, who isn't these days? Alright, this is a post. It says, do not use BetterHelp. I had my experience with them a few months ago, but it came back to me as I keep seeing BetterHelp sponsoring YouTube videos trying to rope in more people. They're just short of an actual scam with how unprofessional and useless they are. Many other people have shared negative experiences with BetterHelp, so if you see their ads and sponsorships, don't fall for it. I was assigned a quote-unquote therapist. Let's zoom in a little bit more. See it a little better. Who canceled our appointment last minute twice. She used vague reasons like there's a storm in my area, etc. When I contacted them asking for a refund, they replied with a salesy pitch to convince me to keep trying and reassign another therapist with the promise of better service. The second therapist sent me another cancellation saying he was overbooked. If his schedule is full, why was he assigned to me? LOL. I only got my full refund after I threatened to sue them. There are lots of free resources on YouTube that can help you manage mental health. Try Healthy Gamer GG, good stuff, many others too. Don't fall for this shit. I'm glad they included me. They included me in this. This is Oh, look. They recommend me. Look, they actually recommend that you use me. Isn't that nice of them? Isn't that nice of them to say? Wow, thank you. I wonder what their comments are. Let's see what people commented. They offered my friend who runs a popular inclusive therapist finder service something like $800,000 per month to secretly redirect all referrals to them instead of independent therapists. Edited to add, also know that they pay $300 per sign up. So all of those TikTok and YouTube influencers giving you their link for 10% off your first month are getting $300 every single time someone just initially signs up. What the fuck? What the fuck? Chat, I'm gonna need some more people subscribing because I'm spilling all this information, which means I can't get in on this BetterHelp money. And they're getting $300 per sign up. I don't make $300 per stream. I'm joking. I'm joking! Majority of therapists on that platform are ones who literally are bottom of the barrel. Many aren't even fully licensed or can't get employed elsewhere. Yeah, I feel like most of the good therapists probably aren't going to be the ones like, yeah, I'm just doing app therapy. I feel like you're going to get a lot of your therapists who might have a harder time getting a job somewhere else, resorting to getting a job at BetterHelp. I want to read through this comment. The problem with platforms like this is they charge their clients a significant monthly fee and then pay their therapist about 30% of this rate. The system is exploitive and just extracting profit from the world of counseling and psychotherapy through aggressive advertising and marketing, whilst not contributing anything of actual value. This creates a situation where unsuccessful therapists join the platform so they can continue practicing. And because clients are cheap and provided by a faceless corporation, the quality of practice diminishes further. Clients are coming easily, and there's no need to care as much about reputation as a private practitioner or clinic would. This is not to say that all therapists on there are rubbish, that won't be the case, but none of my associates would touch that platform with a 10-foot pole. So if you actually want to find a therapist, try a therapy directory. I tried for a month years ago and the therapist just kept saying, "Tell me more," no matter how much shit I said. Pretty sure they never read a word of it. If I'd have known better, I'd have done a chargeback through my bank. Thank you for submitting this. Try drugs. apparently they make a majority of their money by selling your data, which is why they might be cheaper than seeing an actual therapist. Just scummy practices. See, this is why you don't want tech bros to design an app that does therapy. You want therapists to design an app that does therapy. But it was designed by people who are like, how can we make as much money off of this as possible? It's like, well, we could sell people's data. That's always a good source of income. That's how a lot of apps make their money. A lot of apps don't make their money by the stuff that they sell you through the app. It's by selling your data to someone else that they make a lot of their money. I wonder if I could make money selling my journal. Yeah, you just have to write a book. That's just called writing a book. And yeah. Yep. Probably could. Probably get some people that buy it. You have to send me a signed copy. Like, from the perspective of a therapist, like, doing therapy on BetterHelp, just like, I don't know. This is another important aspect that they bring up, is like a lot of what you do during the week as a therapist is going to be stuff outside of therapy. Like, you're going to be writing notes, you're going to be doing documentation, you're going to be, you know, there's other aspects and things you have to do, but apparently just doing it on BetterHelp, it's like, you could see way more people, because you don't have to, you know, you don't have a lot of that, like, other aspect of what goes into the work, I guess. Which just also means that the quality of care is going to go down. Because here's the truth. If you're a therapist and you are seeing 40 people a week, unless you take really good notes, you're gonna forget stuff, you're gonna get things crossed between different people, like you're gonna get mixed up. It's really hard to provide the best qualitative care when you're seeing so many people every week. There's a better number, you know, something more manageable, and it's probably about half that. You know, I feel like ideally a therapist would see like 4 to 5 people a day. Like, if you're seeing 8 people every day, like, you're really squeezing them in, aren't you? If you read their fine print closely, you'll see they don't actually promise to provide therapy. They prefer over and over to a therapy product. That's what I provide. I provide a therapy product. That's how I circumvent. That's my loophole. It's because they know their practices would get them sued and they'd lose if they were actually a healthcare company. So that's their loophole. What does therapy product mean? That means that I can offer you life advice without you being able to sue me for what I tell you. That's what that means. Basically, everybody offers telehealth post-COVID. So yeah, like, why would you use BetterHelp? It's like, go to a local office and find a therapist and then arrange to do telehealth with them. Like, if you don't want to meet them in person. Described as monetized therapy LARP Facebook. They also use a system to claim that therapists work for them when they don't. For example, if you look me up, it says that I work for them, but if you try to make an appointment with me, you'll get a message that can't make an appointment with me online and will direct them to another therapist. I've never worked for them, by the way. They just use public information for it. What? I keep telling you, this is why you don't let tech bros develop your therapy app. You get shit like this. I was applying for remote jobs recently and applied for a company that neglected to mention that they were a staffing company for BetterHelp until the interview. I decided to go through with that interview for some stupid reason. During it, they very proudly said that because it's private pay, I don't need to do any sort of diagnosing or treatment plan. I don't even have to document anything about our sessions. That really didn't sit well with me. So of course I said thank you, but no thank you. They don't even require them to take notes. That's a big part of the reason why it's so bad. The quality of care is so poor. Imagine meeting with a therapist where they don't write shit down. And I'm not even talking about writing stuff down during the session, because there's a reason why you wouldn't want to just be sitting there with a notebook writing things down while people are talking. You take your notes after the session. And you write about, like, this is what we talked about, this is what we're working on, they showed some progress in this area, and we suggested that they work on this over the next week. It's like, that's it. It's like the notes don't even have to be that complicated. That's really shady. I'm learning more about just how bad BetterHelp is, because I had heard that it was really bad, but to be honest, I wasn't entirely aware of all of the reasons why it's bad. Why don't they do diagnosing and treatment plans? Well, first off, you have to have a certain level of, like, you have to have proper credentials to be able to diagnose someone. Ordinarily, you have to be a doctor to diagnose someone. Or maybe, like, some other, like, high-level certification, like an APRN. I have no idea, but she acted like it was such a selling point. It's like, hey, isn't doing diagnostic work and doing treatment plans such a bummer? Isn't that, like, so lame? Guess what? If you worked here, you wouldn't have to do that. It's like, well, it is a really good thing to practice. Like, there's a reason why we do it. It's worse than I thought. It keeps them yeah, it's basically just a loophole. It's like, it's moving away from the medical model of therapy. It's like, is the medical model of therapy perfect? No. But, like, disregarding everything that we have learned from using the medical model of therapy is important to implement. You shouldn't just disregard things because it sounds cool. They also pay more hourly the more clients you take. So for example, $35 an hour if you see 20 or more clients, and $40 an hour if you take 30 or more, not the real numbers. So they actually incentivize you for taking more clients, and then they also say you don't have to take notes. This is the most unhinged shit I've... This is really bad. This is really bad. Like, I knew it was bad, but I'm now finding out just how bad it is. They spend so much money advertising as therapy, I can't imagine fine print offering offense that they're not therapy. The thing about therapy that I was taught was that the term therapy isn't a protected term, in the same way that, like, there are some things that you can't claim to be doing because they're protected terms. It's like you actually have to have the proper credentials to do that type of work, and you can't just say that you're doing it. But I think that the actual protected term would be something like counseling, or, you know, a certain type of counseling, or like psychotherapy. You know, you have to have proper credentials. BetterHelp therapist sent me this within an hour and a half, and I'm in disbelief. Alright, let's check this out. Oh, okay. Let me zoom this in a little bit. I'm aware that you are concerned about your father. However, I could have been providing support over the past 2 weeks. I hope we can work this out and continue working together. Schedule an appointment for tomorrow. I have several slots available. Is there a concern with scheduling or barrier to engagement on Friday? I get notifications when you log on. Please respond when you can. Oh my god, the therapists are on BetterHelp are down bad, and they're like, the way that they use the term barrier to engagement as if like the reason why you haven't made an appointment with them is because it's some sort of symptom that you're having. Like, oh, you don't want to make an appointment with me? That's such an interesting symptom. We should probably talk about it. You should schedule an appointment. You get a notification when you log on. That should be public knowledge. That's not public knowledge? The therapists can tell when the clients log on? Edit. So I looked into this guy more, and he's a social worker and not a psychologist, as I was led to believe. Okay, master's level social workers are allowed to do therapy. So some people who are therapists are actually MSWs. Masters of Social Work. I don't have my master's in social work. My master's is in counseling psychology. So I'm a psychologist. Hey, I'm sorry I never posted anything. You're what? You're what? Oh no, it's fine. I found some stuff. No big deal. There was no expectation. It was nice of you to offer, but life got in the way. That's fine. I need to read this comment, though. I need to show you. Alright, so I looked into this guy more, and he's a social worker and not a psychologist, as I was led to believe. Yeah, like, if you're a master's of social work, you're a master's of social work. You can still do therapy. That's part of... A lot of people that I knew that were therapists had their MSWs. A lot of people also do the MSW because it's a quicker program. You can get your MSW in like a year or two versus like 4 years to get a master's in psychology. Anyway. The business he listed online is a Buffalo Wild Wings. Oh my god, not even an Applebee's. What the fuck? Also, he only does online and phone appointments. So for some context, I've had one text session with this therapist. He seemed fine at first, so this past week my dad has been in the hospital after his cancer, which was in remission, had spread and things aren't looking good. My dad and I are extremely close and the situation is absolutely killing me. I communicated this to my therapist and he was understanding and to just schedule a session when I could. A few days ago I told him things were still up in the air and also I didn't know if I would be able to afford the service anymore, especially with all the things happening with my dad. I'm helping with my family, don't have time to work, plus I'm paying for all I can. My therapist suggested BetterHelp's financial aid options, but even with this, it's still too expensive. I told him this, and he asked when my service was expiring. I told him tomorrow, which is Friday. So today he asked me to schedule something for tomorrow, even though I wouldn't have the service anymore. No please, no asking if it would be possible to do so, given what I was going through, just demanded I schedule. Then a half hour later asking why I wouldn't. And he kept sending messages, 5 within an hour and a half. The last one saying that he could see when I logged on and to respond to him just freaked me out. It sent me over the edge and totally triggered my trauma, and trauma is one of the reasons I'm in therapy. I'm so mentally exhausted and broken from what's happening with my dad, and now this. I just couldn't believe a therapist would send that, especially knowing what I'm going through. I've already messaged BetterHelp about the situation and demanded my money back. I should also mention he's my second therapist. My first one wasn't responsive at all, and I wasted a few days waiting for her to answer me and do nothing. This is also the second time I've tried BetterHelp. I thought they would have gotten better after 3 years, but I was very, very wrong. Can we group hug? Yeah, cutie, that doesn't sound fair. That doesn't sound okay. Just remember, hurt people hurt people. And sometimes people take out their anger and their frustration and their stress in a place that feels safe for them to do so. Oh, thank you. It's just hard not to internalize it. Then give it. Hand it over. You don't need that. You don't need it. Give it. I'm ordering you. This is an order. Give it. You're my top moderator, for crying out loud. People that you care about telling you that you're the reason why they are hurting themselves is just another way that they are hurting themselves. They hurt themselves not just physically or with substances, but they also hurt themselves by hurting their relationships. So just try not to take it personally. This is just another way that they are expressing their own self-harm, is by harming their relationship. It's really hard to maintain your skills all the time. Yeah, it's like juggling. It's like eventually you gotta set the balls down. You gotta take a break. But I think just in general, a bit of advice for being in relationships or friendships with people who are very self-destructive is that I want you to remember that sometimes they will try to harm the relationship by saying really hurtful or negative things, not even because they mean it, but because they are trying to make themselves hurt. They're trying to, it's just an act of self-harm. So I would just try not to take it personally and just, you know, take a step back, let them do their thing. They're having a moment. Re-engage when things are a bit calmer. BetterHelp is to mental health what McDonald's is to nutrition. It's a quick, cheap alternative for people seeking therapy who may not have access or time for traditional methods. It's like putting a Band-Aid on the huge wound that is the mental health crisis in the United States. Where millions of people cannot access adequate therapists and psychiatrists either due to insurance problems or a literal lack of professionals in their area. Rather than solving a massive problem, BetterHelp is taking advantage of people who deserve proper treatment. I think that's well said. It's like they see the need there and they understand the problems of the system, and rather than do anything to actually fix the problems of the system, they just exploit it. They're like, oh, people are really desperate for accessible and cheap therapy. Let's give it to them. But let's not actually have the quality of care that they need. Like, oof. Ooh, bad move. Personally, I tried for months to access a therapist through my insurance. Just getting through to a person and then finally past the initial stigma of being questioned over and over, why do you need therapy? They finally told me it would be a 3-month wait just for an intake appointment, and the office would be an hour and a half away from my home. See? You see what people go through? Do you see now why I do this stream? Do you see now why I'm here, doing what I do? So I thought instead I would try BetterHelp, which is advertised everywhere. See, that's my problem. I need more advertising, apparently. If I want to grow, we need more advertising. Alright, here's the deal. I give you the therapy, and then you advertise for me. That's the trade. It's free. It's a barter system, okay? We can make this work. The more people and support coming in, the better services I can provide to you. But no, seriously, some of you have already gone out and recommended the stream to other people, and then they started watching, so thank you for doing that. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all the support. You guys are the great. You guys are the best. You wish you could recommend this to your brother, but he's so anti-therapy. I mean, I don't have to tell him it's therapy. I'm like, get him in here. Get him in here. Like, I would love to talk to some of your messed up family members. I would love it. Get him in here. Let me see if I can do what I can. It's the least I can do for your continued support. So this person decided that, you know, after they were told that you're going to have to wait 3 months. Okay. Okay. I just want you to really envision the level of frustration that a person feels in this situation. You're at a point in your life where you feel like, I need therapy. What types of times in your life are you like, you know what, I need therapy? These normally aren't very good points in life. These are points where you might be dealing with a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, a lot of depression. And so you're like, you know what? I want to get therapy. I want to start doing some work on myself. And then you're finally able to talk to somebody, and then they're like, oh yeah, by the way, it's going to be 3 months. 3 months? I don't, like, am I going to make it 3 weeks? Like 3 months? 3 months from now would be September 28th, It would be 3 months from now would be September. Imagine you called in and you were like, I want to see a therapist. And they're like, all right, we can get you in for an intake in September. So hang in there. So, and then also the office is going to be an hour and a half away. So that's a 3-hour round trip. So this person decided to try BetterHelp, which is advertised all over the place. My experience was horrible. I initially selected a therapist and began messaging them in our initial contact. I wanted to get right to the point, so I began sharing some very difficult information about my life. Right away, this therapist surprised me by stating that they would be leaving on a 3-week vacation and wouldn't be able to do video conversations until then. Of course, my billing through BetterHelp wouldn't pause. Since I had just started using the service, I politely told them I would be selecting another therapist that was available. They never even responded back. Like, I couldn't imagine, like, taking on a new patient and being like, oh yeah, by the way, I have to take a 3-week, I'm going on a 3-week vacation. I matched with another therapist and started messaging them like before. We were scheduled for weekly 1-hour video talks. It was a bit off-putting that I would write a couple paragraphs about my life, and they might reply with only a simple sentence. I didn't want to overload a person with information, so I was greatly looking forward to our video conversations. When our appointment came up, I took time off work and made sure I was home and free to talk to them. When I tried to connect on the app, there was no response. I tried messaging them and no response. There's something I want to talk about real quick. There's a reason why therapists don't give a client their personal phone number, and you can't like text them 24/7. There's a reason for that. It's because you have to have a good boundary between the client and the therapist. And so BetterHelp allowing clients to just like message their therapists whenever kind of goes against some of the fundamental aspects of what is important to the therapeutic relationship. Like, you need to have situations out in your life where you're like, I can't talk to my therapist right now. I'm going to have to figure this out on my own. You need that in your healing. But being able to just communicate with your therapist over text, it just sets up this, like, a very messy boundary. Because then it's like, well, okay, how long does a therapist have to respond to your text? Like, how long before you start to get upset or frustrated? Or how long until your therapist starts sending you messages saying, I need you to make another appointment. I need you to schedule another appointment. I haven't hit my quota for the week. I need to talk to more people. Later that day, they messaged me back and said that they accidentally missed the appointment and were sorry, that we would talk during the next scheduled appointment. At this point, I had been paying for BetterHelp for over 2 weeks and not talked to a real person other than receiving a few text replies like, how did that make you feel, etc. At that point, you would be better off talking to an AI. At that point, you would be better off talking to an AI. They can talk to you 24/7 about whatever it is you want to talk about. You hate therapy? You do know what we do here, right? You do know what we do here. We drink and talk shit. Nobody tell her. Nobody tell her. Nobody tell her what we actually do here. At this point, I'd been paying for BetterHelp for over 2 weeks and not talked to a real person other than receiving a few text replies like, "How did that make you feel?" Imagine having to pay for that. Like, how can they even charge you at that point? I'm like, what the fuck? I continued messaging with my therapist and receiving these types of replies. I guarantee a lot of these therapists on there aren't even reading the shit that you write, they're just sending a response. They're like, and how did that make you feel? Sometimes therapists will use that phrase, and how did that make you feel? Sometimes they were paying attention to what you said, and sometimes they'll say it because they weren't actually paying attention to what you said. And how does that make you feel? I would tell them about something horrible that had happened to me, such as losing a family member, and they would provide a canned response like, "Do you still think about this often?" For all I know, I could have been chatting with an AI. Exactly, you could have been chatting with an AI. For free. Finally, my 3rd week came and I looked forward to my first video chat with an actual person. I felt like this was meeting my therapist for the first time. When the time for the appointment came up, my therapist messaged me beforehand telling me they would have to reschedule our appointment for the next week because something had come up. So now 3 weeks and $300 later, I still had not had a video or phone chat with a real therapist. During this time, I had literally only received less than a dozen sentences and text responses from these professionals. I contacted the BetterHelp support team and asked for a refund. They refused me and told me the best they could do was offer 1 free week of service going forward. They charge you $100 a week? $100 a week? Alright, chat, cough it up. Cough it up. BetterHelp's out here making $100 a week. I'm worth at least $5 a month by subscribing to my channel. I'm at least worth $5 a month. Come on, that's $400 a month for BetterHelp. What fraction of 400 is 5? I did that wrong, didn't I? I'm only asking for 1.25% of what BetterHelp would charge you. That's a deal. That's a fucking deal, okay? That's a fucking deal. Hey. Sammy, thank you for gifting that sub to Suze, please. We could have a hype train coming up. We could, I don't know. Keep your ears out. We might have a hype train come through. After seeing what a week of their service was worth, I gave up. I never heard back from my therapist. I canceled my service, and of course, pre-programmed emails from BetterHelp's customer service asking, "How was your conversation with blank?" And of course, after answering that it was unsatisfactory, I never received any follow-up from anyone. BetterHelp doesn't care how their service is helping you beyond how it affects their repeat visits. I tried them for almost a month, barely was able to talk to anyone, and it didn't matter. I wasn't a client for them, I wasn't a real person, I was just a statistic on their app, adding to their revenue stream. Exactly. This is why you don't want to use a therapy app that's designed by venture capitalists. They're just trying to figure out, how can we make the most money possible from this app?
Only positive vibe.
Only positive vibe. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for giving that sub to Jane Rage. Oh, and would you look at that? You got us set off on a hype train. Now is your time to get in here. Now's your time to get in here. Time to hype on the train. We're stroking. It's true. We're stroking.
When I start making love, I don't just make love, I be stroking. That's what I be doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west, and I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking. Let me ask you something. What time of the day do you like to make love? Have you ever made love just before breakfast? Have you ever made love while you watch the Late Late Show? Well, let me ask you this.
No gooning emotes? How can I stroke? Oh, you just gotta stroke that subscribe button. You gotta stroke that gift a sub button. That's what you gotta do.
Have you ever made love on the back seat of a car? I remember one time I made love on the back seat of a car, and the police came and shined his light on me, and I said, I'm stroking. That's what I'm doing. I be stroking. I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to
Let me thank you for that gifted sub to Bear Boosie. Bear Boosie.
I be stroking.
Sue's pleased with the gifted sub to Ray Earl Grey.
Let me ask you something.
It's happening. It's happening. It's working.
Has it been
It's working.
since you made love?
It's working.
Huh?
We're stroking.
Did you make love yesterday? Did you make love last week?
Chat, thank you for supporting chat.
Did you make love last year?
I want to see brains. I want to see brains on everybody.
Or maybe it might be that you planning on making love tonight.
I want to see brains on everybody.
Just remember, when you start making love, you make it hard, long, soft, short, and be stroking. I be stroking.
Where are my strokers at? Strokers in.
It to the east,
Strokers in.
to the west, and I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking. Now, when I start making love to my woman, I don't stop until I know she's satisfied.
I see no sub on Clambake. I see no sub on Clambake. Somebody, quick, get him. Get him. Give that man a brain.
She said, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter, Clarence Carter.
Go ahead and stroke that subscribe button.
Clarence Carter. The other night, I was stroking my woman, and it got so good to her. You know what she told me?
Oh, I see no I see no brain. I see no brain. We need to get these gifts flowing. We need to get to stroking.
If my stuff ain't tight enough, you can stick it up.
Sammy with the gifted sub to Clambake. You're too kind. You're too kind.
I be stroking.
B Wayne with the 26 months. Let's go.
I stroke it to the east, and I stroke it to the west. I stroke it to the woman that I love the best. I be stroking. I be stroking. I be stroking. Yeah. I be stroking. I stroke it to the north, and I stroke it to the south. I stroke it everywhere. I even stroke it with my. I be stroking. I be stroking. I be stroking.
Tinker Sky with the 2 months. And Sammy with 5 gifted subs. Oh my god! Clambake with the gigantified emote. That's a new feature they got in chat. If you got some bits, you can make an emote gigantic. We're at a level 4 hype train. Thank you so much for all the support. We're cooking here at level 4. Whenever you're on a hype train, Twitch likes to bump you up within the algorithm, so it increases the chance of people walking in off the street saying, "What's going on in here?" So let's show them a good time. Let's show them what we're up to. Let's show them how we do it here. Let's show them how we do it around these parts. I need This Is How We Do It. Montel Williams. So that we can show people. Oh my, Montel Jordan. I get my Montels mixed up. Only positive vibe with the gifted sub to Player of Games. We hit that 120 sub goal. Means we gotta start a new goal.
This is how we do it. It's Friday night, and I feel alright. The party's here on the west side, so I reach for my 40 and I turn it up. Designated driver, take the keys to my truck. Hit the shop 'cause I'm faded.
We got a minute 45 left. Will we make it to level 5 hype train? We will see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I need to hit the gym. I need to hit the gym. I haven't been in a while. What do you think? Is this how you try to get subs? I don't know. It's like some days I feel like I'm reasonably buff, but then on other days I'm just like, I feel like a string bean. I'm like, is this just body dysmorphia? Would beat me in a fight? Yeah, probably. Hey, he's happy with another 5 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. We hit that level 5. For that,
Once upon a time in 94, Montel made no money and life show was slow. And all they said was 6'8" he stood. And people thought the music that he made was good. The living DJ and Paul was his name. He came up to money, this is what he said.
not the pits.
You and OG are gonna make some cash. Sell 1,000,000 records and we're making the dash. Oh, I'm buzzing the club. South Central dancing like nobody does. To all my neighbors, you got much flavor. I'll never come whack on an old school track.
I need to hit the gym. I haven't been to the gym in a while. I don't want to get too beefy. I don't think I'm at risk of being too beefy anytime soon. I just want to be a bit more cut. I want to be a little bit more... Now, I don't want to be shredded, but I want to be cut. You know what I mean? Oh, snap. All right, let me get another song here bumping. We got another 3 minutes. You know what that means. It's a hype train. I need to see the hype. This isn't nap time. This is hype time. Get up and show me your moves. We're gonna have some sloppy joes soon. Hell yeah.
Here is the goal. Back with the bass, pajamas live in effect, and I don't waste time. On the mic with a dope rhyme. Jump to the rhythm, jump to the rhythm, jump. And I'm here to combine beats and lyrics to make you shake your pants, take a chance. Come on and dance, guys. Grab a girl, don't wait, make a twirl. It's your world, and I'm hands in the air. Come on, say yeah. Everybody over here, everybody over there. The crowd is live and I will fool this fool. Party people in the house, move.
We're making Ina Garten spaghetti and meatballs and Allison Roman's Caesar salad tonight. We were just talking about spaghetti earlier. We were talking about fried spaghetti. And I was thinking about how it sounded really good, but that's probably just because I'm high. And it also sounds like a pain in the ass to make. Never made fried spaghetti? I can't blame you because it looks like a pain in the ass to make. Not this type of fried spaghetti though. I mean deep fried spaghetti. Oh yeah, now we're talking. You know what else is really good, but also, like, a lot of work? A Scotch egg. Scotch eggs are good, but pain in the ass to make. What the fuck is that? It's a soft-boiled egg wrapped in sausage and then breaded. And it's really good. But it's also a huge pain in the ass to make. Thank you, dancers. Thank you, dancers. Thank you for being a dancer and not being a wallflower. If you chose not to dance, I hope you have FOMO, because the party's over. The party's over. It's time to get back to business. Time to get back to our regularly scheduled content. Thank you so much for all the support. The Hype Train, 18 gifted subs and 70 bits. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But yeah, have you ever had a Scotch egg? So first off, you have to make a soft-boiled egg. And then you have to peel it. And then you have to roll sausage around it. You have to make it a big ball. And then you bread it. And then you deep fry the whole thing. It's eggs and sausage. You can't really go wrong with eggs and sausage. Sausage? Oh yeah, it's like... Some of these sausages look kind of boring. Like this looks like a boring sausage. It's like, what is this? Like, what is going on here? But like some of these other sausages, I'm like, oh yeah, now we're talking. That looks like it's got some actual spice in it. You're a little tipsy and tried to call your husband. You forgot he's in jail. Well, do you remember why he's in jail? Also, wasn't he always a dick when you talked to him anyway? Like, wouldn't he just, like, yell at you or tell you not to talk to him or something? Like, I haven't heard anything redeeming about this guy. You know what? I'm not okay with him beating the shit out of you, but like if going to jail is like the wake up call he needs to like never do that ever again, and you're able to like, if he's able to like actually change, like, you know what? I'm okay with that. But like if he goes back to his old ways, I'm like, please get out of there. You never know. I'll be optimistic. Even though I want to be really mean, I'll be nice. Doesn't this look good? Holy shit. Except for this. What is going on here? Why is your hand in the picture? No, this ruins it. This ruins it. This ruins it. This food looks so good, but then you've got this gross, dirty fingernail touching the food. I'm like, no, I don't want to see that. Get that out of here. Like, that's dirt. That's a dirty nail. Dirty. Also, this sausage isn't fully cooked. Now that I look at this more, I'm like, oh, I wouldn't want to eat this. Because look at this sausage. It's raw. There's raw sausage along the interior here. Don't eat this. You could get sick. Also, don't eat this because the person who cooked its hand looks like this. Like, at first this looked really good, and then I saw the raw sausage. Like, look right here. I'm like, just look right here. This is raw, uncooked sausage. Just look at this. Have y'all seen a tree squirt? I saw a video the other day of a tree squirting water out of it. Because, like, when a tree, like if a tree, like, rots out and it's hollow inside, like, water will pool inside of the tree. And then if you, like, cut off one of the lower branches, it'll spray water out of it, because 30 feet full of water will generate a certain amount of PSI where it actually sprays. This is a nasty fucking picture. And this picture is used for an article called "This is how top chefs make Scotch eggs so deliciously runny inside." The secret is to undercook them. Apparently, it was originally invented so that people could store their food in their pocket on the go. That sounds pretty cool. Let's see if I can find the video of the tree squirting water. What the fuck is this? This is not right. I need that video. I need that video of the tree shooting water out of it. We got a question. Let's go ahead and take this question. Hi. I've been struggling with paranoia and it's affecting my daily life. I always feel like people around me are out to get me or are judging me harshly. Because of these feelings, I often find myself being rude or defensive even with people who haven't done anything wrong. Just the other day, a coworker asked if I needed help with a project and I snapped at him, assuming he thought I was incompetent. I also have been avoiding social gatherings because I'm convinced that people are talking about me behind my back. This paranoia makes me act in a way that's unapproachable, and it's starting to affect my relationships. I'm glad you're aware of that, because now you are in a position to really start doing something about it. So, where do we start? There's a couple things I want to mention, a couple things I want to go through. So let's start with thinking for other people. We've got enough thinking to do on our own. Just like other people have enough thinking to do on their own. They've got their own life that they're living. And sometimes we make the false assumption that people are thinking about us as often as we think about us. And that's not really true. People think about us about the same amount that we think about them. On average. Obviously, not always, but... It's important to remember that the way that you present yourself and the way that you engage with other people will influence how they treat you. And so if you go out and you feel like everyone is judging me, everyone is out to get me, it will show, it will be outwardly visible. Like people will be able to tell that you are like evasive or nervous or anxious. And they will respond in such a way where it's like, okay, well, maybe this person doesn't want to, anyway, what I'm getting at is the only judging that's actually going on here is you are being overly judgmental of yourself. We assume that other people are judging us as harshly as we judge ourselves. We don't know whether or not they are judging us. But if we assume that they are judging us, that's actually us judging them. Because we don't know. They could be thinking about literally anything else. And so I would try to adopt the mindset that I'm going to assume that other people aren't talking about me or thinking about me unless they tell me. If people have negative things that they feel or think about me, I'm not going to embrace them or accept them as truth unless they actually bring it to my attention. They actually talk to me about it. Also, if people are, mean or dismissive, I just write it off as they must be having a bad day. I don't interpret it as, they must hate me. I feel like what's gonna help you in overcoming this is learning to catch yourself in those moments when you are thinking this way, because the way that you change your thinking is you learn to recognize when you are engaging in these types of negative thought patterns, the stuff that you're trying to change. And you say, all right, this is what I think. What is it that I'm trying to think instead? You can't make yourself not think stuff, but you can suggest a different way of thinking to yourself, thereby replacing one thought with a new thought. And so the way that you do this is you have to catch yourself while you're thinking the way that you're currently thinking. So let's say a coworker comes up to you again and they say, hey, you need help with anything? And your initial response is to feel like he must think that I'm incompetent. When you catch yourself thinking this way, I want you to pause just for a moment. Remind yourself, I don't know that. I don't need to make that assumption. Let's assume good intentions. Let's assume that he's asking if I want help because he wants to help me. If we want to overcome this paranoia, we have to let go of the idea that everyone out there has bad intentions for us, because that's what keeps paranoia going. Assuming that people have it out for us, people want us to fail, people want us to suffer, and that's simply not true. Are there people that may feel that way? Yes. There are people out there who don't want to see you do well. But thankfully, it's a very small minority. And if they are actually that type of person, you don't need them in your life. I'm really happy to hear that you have identified that the way that your paranoia makes you act is making you less approachable. I'm really glad to hear that you recognize that, because you've recognized that this behavior is going to be self-reinforcing, meaning I'm paranoid, so I act a certain way because of it, and then people start treating me differently, thereby reinforcing my paranoia, thereby making it even worse for me, and people start treating me more and more differently as I continue to get more and more paranoid. And so it's really important that you have been able to make these realizations that you have made. Because now the power is in your hands and in your brain to change the way that you think. And so when you catch yourself thinking that old way of thinking, I want you to view it as an opportunity. I don't want you to beat yourself up or feel bad about yourself for having these thoughts. I want you to say, oh, this is exactly what he was talking about. This is the type of stuff I need to work on. I needed this to happen so that I could work on it. And then just allow yourself to stop and pause and think, how do I want to approach this differently? The way that I have been approaching it hasn't been working for me. You have to strike when the iron is hot. So, just keep working on it. Generally speaking, people don't want to see you suffering. People want to see you happy and healthy because that's what they want for themselves, and why would they want misery for you? You haven't done anything to deserve it. Sometimes we build up this shell around ourselves. You know, we distance ourselves from people. Maybe we become overly defensive, and it just makes us more and more alone. You know, living in a shell is a lonely place to live. But we go into the shell because we feel like it keeps us safe, but in reality, we're just putting ourselves into a prison. So do yourself a favor. Every time you catch yourself feeling paranoid, remind yourself of this. I am working on letting this go. I am working on overcoming this. And eventually you will feel as if you have overcome it. That day will come, so long as you continue to work on it. This is something that you have the capacity to do something about. This is something, and you're the only person who can do something about it. Nobody else can fix this problem but you. But you have what it takes to do that. It might take you a couple months. Might take you a little bit longer. Might take you less time. Just depends on how hard you want to work on it. But I know you've got what it takes. So let's say, how do we practice this? I would say spend some time with some people that you really feel comfortable around and people that you really trust. You know, one-on-one time with a best friend or just somebody else that you're close to. Just somebody that you can kind of let go of those feelings of paranoia, at least somewhat. Just makes it a little bit easier. And it will get better. It will get better. Just continue to work on letting those beliefs go and adopting a new way of thinking. You'll get there. Let me know if I can help you more in the future. But until then, you know, ball's in your court. So do what you gotta do. Been feeling like I've been on a roll lately, that life could be moving in the right direction, then suddenly it changes and everything feels a mess. Nothing makes sense. I don't know why this happens. I don't know why it happens either. I wish I did. I feel like if I did, everyone would cheer, because this just seems to be how it goes sometimes. I think in these moments where you feel like things are changing and things start to feel disorderly and they don't make sense, it's like that's when you really need to lean on your core beliefs and focusing on what really matters, because stuff is always changing, right? Like things are always shifting, nothing is ever the same. And so it's not about having stuff happen that it's not about messes not happening. It's not about living a life that is completely without messes. It's about how you feel about tidying up after a mess. Like, do you allow the mess to just continue to grow and build until everything is messy? Or do you handle the mess and clean it up and get back to living? It's like sometimes when you feel like you're on a roll and then you realize you need to change direction a little bit. That's okay. It doesn't need to be a complete loss of momentum. You just gotta pivot. Just a little bit of pivoting. Just keep going and then you'll be back to your speed in no time. One of the greatest things about humanity is how adaptable we are. So when you feel doubt about yourself, just, you know, what I like to do is I find inspiration in some of the stories of like just how adaptable people can be. You know, like the story of the teenager who fell out of a plane. There was a plane crash in the Amazon jungle, and then she walked for 11 days out of the rainforest. It's a pretty wild story. I heard heard a podcast about this story a while back, and it's honestly just like, how has there not been a movie about it? I don't know, it almost sounds too unrealistic to be a movie. Anyway, if you're interested in learning more, I would suggest checking out her story. Because it's, like, if you haven't heard this story before, it's wilder than you think it would be. She fell, like, the plane was in a thunderstorm, and it basically just broke up in the air. And she fell with, like, her entire row of, like, the seats next to her, and, like, landed, fell 3 kilometers. She survived with some relatively minor injuries. Concussion for sure. And then she walks out of the jungle for 11 days. Not just any jungle, the fucking Amazon. Some of the thickest, most remote jungle. With all the insects and snakes and... Anyway. Stories like that give me hope about humanity. It's like we're survivors. It's like we are adaptable. Sometimes you just gotta roll with the punches. Oh my god, just got the new chicken rings with dry rub seasoning powder from White Castle, and they are so good. Personally, I would rank the barbecue above the Hidden Valley Ranch, but both are valid options. I don't want to hear this unless I'm getting White Castle money. White Castle doesn't even have to pay me in money. They could pay me in cheeseburgers. I would take a White Castle sponsorship and they could just pay me in cheeseburgers and chicken rings. Yeah, like the story of that girl that fell out of the plane in the Amazon. It's a long one, so I don't want to go through the whole thing. But I would suggest checking it out if it's something that you're interested in. Because it's a wild story. And I forget all the details, but like there was a lot of like... So like she found the Amazon River and she was basically just like wading in the river, but like there are piranhas and shit in there, so she was like she had to go through the river cuz like she was so fucked up and like she only had one shoe that like walking on the ground was like very difficult. It's like she was pretty beat up. She fell out of a plane. Wasn't she with her mom? Her mom was also on the plane with her, but she did not survive. While she was, like, on her way out of the jungle, she found another, like, row of seats from the plane that was submerged face down in the dirt. And, like, the people's, like, legs were sticking out. I don't have a White Castle anywhere near me. So why you have to be... Is this even really a thing? I'm looking it up. Do I need to go to the White Castle website? Is this even real? Oh my god, you're right. Smoky Barbecue, Hidden Valley Ranch, and Classic. So it's the new Smoky Barbecue. What is White Castle's gimmick? Its gimmick is how gnarly can we be? This advertisement is actually so real because it says if you have a microwave, you have a White Castle. And the thing is the microwave cheeseburgers that you get, the frozen White Castle cheeseburgers that you cook in the microwave, they taste like the ones that you get from the restaurant. They taste the same. Because I went years without having one from the restaurant, and then I went to the restaurant, and I was like, this tastes exactly the same as the ones that you get frozen. Honestly, though, like, when you're drunk or high, like, White Castle just hits. But, like, if you're trying to eat this sober, I'm like, you're not gonna have a good time. I don't need White Castle to know where I live. I don't need White Castle knowing where I live. Let's see, where's the closest one? Closest one to me. Columbia? They've got one in Columbia, which is like 2 hours from me. I live over here. It's over here. I'm not going that far for these chicken rings. You know, they're all about their onion. Yeah, the way that they cook their burgers is kind of strange. They cook... Okay, so they use dehydrated onions, and then they get them wet. So it's kind of like steamy on the grill. And then they put these patties on there, and they're these tiny little square patties with holes in them. And then they don't flip them. They just get steamed. So it's like a steamed cheeseburger. This is also, you know, who popularized the concept of the slider. So yeah, it's beef patty, very thin, very, like, not a lot of meat to it. Pretty soft because it's steamed. It doesn't have like a crust or anything. And then it's got rehydrated onion, and then pickles, and then cheese is optional. Every once in a while, I get the nostalgia and I want some White Castle cheeseburgers. I will be honest. They used to be open near where I live, but they closed. All of the White Castles around here closed. But every once in a while, you get the craving. Every once in a while, you get the craving. Like you and Popeyes. Damn, I live near a Popeyes and it's nice. Popeyes is pretty good. You kind of want to try it? You can probably get the frozen ones. I'm being, like, to be honest, you can buy these most places, I think. They sell them at the grocery store. They have them at like Walmart and shit. These taste the same. These taste the same as the one you get from the restaurant. Because the ones you get from the restaurant aren't that good. That's why you eat them when you are drunk or high. You don't eat them sober. If you eat them sober, it makes you sad. You're like, why am I eating this? I could be eating anything else. But whenever you're a bit inebriated, you're like, I love this hot garbage. It's like sometimes you just want to chow down on some slop, and that is what these are for. How's Pork-Tree doing? Good, I hope. I haven't seen him in a while. I think he's moderating someone else's channel. But yeah, like, just look at this. Like, it's not good. It's not good. But, like, when you're fucked up, it's pretty good. You're like, this is pretty good. But if you are of rational mind and you are sober, this is shameful. Isn't Taco Bell prime drunk food? Taco Bell is great drunk food. There was a Taco Bell right across the street from my college campus, and everyone would go there drunk, and they would keep the lobby open until like 3 in the morning. And there would be a line. They had private security. They had armed security there. And this guy would just stand there and watch the drink machine and make sure that people who got water cups got water. Otherwise, he made you go pay for a soda. Armed? Hell yeah, he was armed. This is America. It's always kind of wild in America whenever you see like some private security person just packing heat. You're like, huh, that is weird that they can just carry that thing around. White Castle made... Hold on, when did these come out? They're pizza rolls, but... This is the most conflicting feeling I've felt in my entire life. There's a part of my brain that wants to eat this, and there's a part of my brain that's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know if I've ever experienced this level of cognitive dissonance before.
Tonight we have...
Like, what is this abomination? They can't be good. I know they can't be good. I eat pizza rolls and pasta sauce like they're stuffed gnocchis. Oh, now you're cooking. Now you're cooking. Pizza rolls are one of those food where it's like, I can eat a disturbing amount of pizza rolls. I dip pizza rolls in ranch. Now that's hedonism. Now we're talking. Now that's some proper hedonism. That's some shit I'd do when I was high. Like, let me dip this bad boy in ranch. I'm like, I'm not even, like, I could eat 60 pizza rolls. Like, how big of a bag of pizza rolls do I think I could eat? A 100-roll bag? How much is in that? In 50 rolls, it's how much? Hold on, how much is this? In a 50-roll bag, it's only 1 pound, 8 ounces. It's only 1.5 pounds. I feel like I could eat 3 pounds of pizza rolls. I think I could do 100 bag. I'd probably be feeling it, but I'd feel like I could do it. 3 pounds of pizza rolls? I'm pretty sure I could do that. I love Totino's. And the other kids are like, shh, shut the fuck up. You're gonna wake daddy. I bet I could eat 100 pizza rolls. Sounds like a sub goal.
I'll make Totino's pizza rolls. I love Totino. What? We have to be quiet. My Totino's tastes like a cheeseburger. Mine tastes like a taco. I love Totino's.
Words out. The rolls they crave now.
Hey, my name's Hard Rock Joe, and I hope you like punk music, because there's a punk song that I wrote for Totino's Pizza Rolls.
Start the music right.
Thank you.
Feminine pizza bag.
Want to go nuts? Come to my place and see a pizza roll.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Heidecker.
And I'm Eric Warehouse.
Hey, Eric, do you know what my name is?
Absolutely, you just told us, Tim Heidecker.
Wrong. I'm Totino the Pizza Boy.
Hi, I'm Tennessee, a pizza freak, and I have a secret. I am Pizza Totino's boy.
Checkmate.
We're all winners thanks to Totino's Pizza Rolls.
Pizza chess.
You can keep all that corporate BS. I'm into punk pizza rolls with Totino's.
Comes a time when you need a meal quick.
What you want, a snack with a spicy kick?
Make them in the oven or the microwave.
Think about all the time you save.
Punk mosh.
Pizza Valentine.
I'm part of the Totino's lifestyle. I'll admit it.
There's 3 things I love in life. My Mamma Mia, party pizzas, Totino Boy.
I can't get enough of Totino's Pizza Rolls. I put them in my mouth 5 times a day. I put some rolls in my mouth. I put some rolls in my mouth.
I don't think I'll ever recover from watching this.
Put some rolls
Yep.
in my mouth. I put some rolls in my mouth.
Pizza roll launcher.
I feed you in the morning.
Woo.
I feed you at lunch.
Woo.
Feed you at dinner.
Woo.
Totino's, 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 Totino's.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm talking about the original hardcore punk scene. That's what I'm all about, like punk bass. And pizza rolls.
Yeah.
Huh. Huh. Every time I have eaten a pizza roll after watching that video years ago, every time I take a bite, I in my mind, it makes that sound where it's like, that over-exaggerated crunch, like, you ever just watch something and it changes the way you view things? Let me get back. We got some questions. Let's get to it. We got some questions. Let's get to it. Do you think that pills such as Adderall are placebo effects? Not entirely. Not entirely. Adderall is an amphetamine. And amphetamines do produce a result in your brain, so it's not just a placebo effect. Now, the thing is, Adderall isn't just going to make you more productive. What Adderall does is it makes things feel more rewarding. That is how it works. That is how amphetamines operate in your brain. They don't actually give you motivation. They just make things feel better to do. I don't know, I'm like, how does a tiny pill that I swallow and then it absorbs into your stomach change my brain chemistry? It doesn't make sense to me. Then let's talk about it. Let's talk about how it works. Amphetamines trigger a release of dopamine in your brain. Your brain produces a chemical known as dopamine, and dopamine is the reward chemical in your brain. Whenever you do stuff that you're supposed to do, your brain gives you some dopamine as a way to encourage you to do that thing again. You eat a healthy meal, you drink some water, you go for a walk, you take a nice deep breath. Dopamine. Now, what amphetamines do, and Adderall is an amphetamine, the way that they work is that it increases the amount of dopamine that your brain gives you for doing stuff. And so now everything that you do feels more rewarding. And that is how they use these types of medications to treat ADHD. The way that this kind of stuff can affect your brain chemistry is because there is a connection between your body and your brain. There is a blood-brain barrier, and certain types of chemicals can cross the blood-brain barrier. Some of your neurotransmitters are actually produced in your digestive tract, for example. Like all of the chemicals that your brain needs to function, like not all of them are produced in your brain. Some of them are produced in other parts of your body. And so they have to be able to get into your brain somehow. So some things can enter your brain, but not everything just can enter your brain just because it enters your bloodstream. Neurotransmitter. Yep, it's a type of neurotransmitter. Neurotransmitter is just a fancy way of saying the chemicals that make your brain work. The way that your brain cells work is by shooting chemicals at each other. I showed this the other day, but I'm going to show it to you again. I showed this to you yesterday, but I'm going to show it to you again. The way that your brain cells communicate, one brain cell has all of these chemicals in it that we call neurotransmitters, and it shoots them out at the cell next to it. So there's actually a little bit of a gap there. They aren't actually touching. And so this is how your brain cells communicate, is through all of these different types of chemicals. All of these neurotransmitters, there's over 30 different types of neurotransmitters. There's lots of different chemicals that are produced either in your brain or your body that your brain then uses to communicate, and which helps determine what you feel like. You don't understand? Well, we'll back it up a little bit. A brain cell looks like this. Let's find a good picture of a neuron. A brain cell, this is a very simplified drawing of it, but it kind of looks like this. On this end here, the big end, this would be where all of the other cells are connected to it. And then down this way on the skinny end, this is where it connects to all those other cells. And so each one of these little things is one of these. Does that make sense? And so the way that it communicates with the cell next to it, because your brain is just constantly doing this, it's constantly just in communication, you know, there's energy flowing around in your brain. It shoots a bunch of chemicals at the adjacent cell. And one of these neurotransmitters is dopamine. Dopamine makes you feel good. Dopamine makes you feel rewarded and accomplished. Anyway. So that's how Adderall works. It gives you more of your reward chemical in your brain for doing stuff. So like when you have to sit down and fill out a spreadsheet or study for a test or whatever it is you're trying to do that you don't want to do, that's why Adderall helps you do it, is because it gives you more of the reward chemical that your brain produces. But the thing is this isn't really a good long-term fix. What you want to try to do is train your brain to give you more dopamine so that you don't need to take a pill to help you get that dopamine. Because these types of medications, they lose their effectiveness over time, and so people very often have to take higher and higher doses to get an effect from it. Also, there's a lot of other side effects that happen from long-term use of amphetamines. It affects your heart. So yeah, that's amphetamines for you. I want another life. I don't want my mom's struggles to be mine. Now, here's a radical idea for you. They don't have to be. They don't have to be. How do you train your brain to produce more dopamine? By learning to find joy in the act of doing rather than having things done. By learning to enjoy the journey rather than the destination. By finding enjoyment in the struggle. You can alter the time in which your brain spikes dopamine. And this is backed up by neurology. Like, this is scientifically backed. Like, this is possible. It's not about the pursuit of happiness. It's about the happiness of pursuit. All right, let's take a crack at this question, shall we? I want another life. I don't want my mom's struggles to be mine. I can't even live my own life because she keeps bringing me down to her level of helplessness and expects me to fix it all or have the answers. I had therapy at 11 a.m. and then only 1 hour later, my mom sends me an essay of how her business is failing, no income, and all these feelings of anxiety and fear. And I've since begun trying to write out these feelings, meditate, and move on from it all, yet here I am still at 3:30 crying over how truly life sucks. I just wanted to have my therapy for me, vacuum my room, and bake a chicken. You still can. You still can do those things. I can still do them, but not in the way I originally planned for myself. That's an important thing, that you are still doing them. It's not going according to plan. Things don't always go according to plan. Sometimes doing stuff when it feels more difficult might feel more satisfying. Might feel like, hell yeah, I did do that shit, even though I wanted to quit. My family always gets in my way. I feel like I'll never break out of this vicious cycle I have mentally, just suffering forever until my family is out of my life. All right. Do you want to break the cycle? Because you can break the cycle. The only person in this world that has the power to break that cycle is you. So do you want to break that cycle? You've tried meditating, so I want you to meditate on this. You've mentioned that you've meditated, and I want you to meditate on this. I want you to meditate on the cycle. I want you to envision the cycle that you're stuck in. And I want you to imagine breaking it. I want you to imagine breaking off from it and forming a new pattern and forging your own way. You don't need another life. You've got a perfectly good one right here. Maybe these struggles were thrust upon you so that you could learn how to overcome them. If you feel like you will never break out of the cycle, you will never break out of the cycle. I want you to believe in your own ability to break out of the cycle, because you can do it. So just practice that visualization. I want you to set up some nice boundaries, you know? It's also a good practice to be accountable for our own feelings. We want to be accountable for our own feelings and not put it onto other people for making us feel some type of way. Like, other people will feel what they feel, they will go through what they go through, they will, try to bring us down. It's up to us to choose how we respond to that. So the only one that is making us feel some type of way is ourselves. So the next time that you see that you got a paragraph text from your mom, wait to read it until you're ready to read it. You don't need to read it right then, right there. You can wait until you've done what you need to do. You've still got your life to live. You've still got, you don't have to cut her out of your life. It's just you're setting a better boundary. You're like, if she's just going to send me something that's just going to send me spiraling, I can wait until I feel ready to read it. You don't need to read it right then and there. Let's do our best to push through those feelings of helplessness, because you're not as helpless as you think you are. When people feel helpless, what I've noticed is that they are almost never as helpless as they think they are. People almost always assume that they are more helpless than they really are, because we really do learn our helplessness. You can relate, unfortunately. I think it's nice that people are able to relate. I think being able to relate to somebody else is always a good thing. It's always a little bit of relief knowing that you're not the only one going through something like that. My most toxic trait is that I leave my phone on silent. Honestly, that's kind of based. It's like you'll check your phone when you check it. Like, unless you're somebody's emergency contact, unless you've got somebody whose life is in your hands, unless you have like a child in school or something and you really need to just be available just in case something happens. It's like, no, I'll get to you when I get to you. The thing is that a lot of people probably relate to this on some level. And it's like, it sucks what your mom is going through, and it's sad, and it will make you feel anxious, but it's okay to create some space for yourself to just engage with the energy that she's trying to bring whenever you feel you're at your most ready to do it. You know, if you're like trying to get your day going and you've got stuff to do, and then you pull out your phone and you're like, oh, here we go again. It's okay to wait. Like, I will read that later. Did she ask you how therapy went? Did she ask you how your life is going, or was she just using you as her therapist? It sounds like you did therapy 2 times that day. Once as the client and once as the therapist. All right. What I would recommend is just continue working on creating a boundary between you and the family that you need to create a boundary with. If they're just bringing you stress and anxiety, it's okay to put some, guidelines up. Like, if somebody's just going to send me a big long message about how everything in their life is terrible, I will wait to read it. I'll read it at the end of the day when I've done everything I need to do. I've got time to actually sit down and think about it. Are you gonna let Cutie Chicks know you were late, or Narc? I'm in a bit of a panic right now. I'm experiencing allergic reactions all over my body. I was stung by different insects. A wasp that stung me has made a big portion of my arm red, and all over my body I've been bitten. I've borrowed my sister's allergy medication, but I'm so anxious right now. I know it's not so serious that I have to go to a doctor instantly, but it's still super bad. How do I calm down when my body is struggling? Help. You have a bathtub? Can you take a nice warm bath? Taking a nice bath might help. Also, what allergy medication did you take? Do you have any Benadryl? Whenever it comes to feeling allergies, whenever you like really feeling the allergic reaction, I'm like, you gotta whip out the Benadryl. Because not only will that help with the allergies, it will also help you to get some sleep. So I would just say, just try to relax, just try to get comfortable. Maybe some cortisone cream, something to help with the itch. Some Benadryl. But yeah, go get yourself checked out if it gets any worse. Oh, thank you. Would Epsom salt help or hurt? Asking for questioner's bathtub. If you have open wounds, I wouldn't recommend using Epsom salt in the bathtub. It might sting. Sometimes bug bites, you know. It might sting a little bit. Do an oat bath. Ah, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Hydrocortisone cream. Oh, yep. Get some of that hydrocortisone on there. Like, when it comes to an allergic reaction, you can kind of think of it, you know, you're addressing it from two different directions. Like, if you take an allergy medication like Benadryl or something, it'll help to cut down on the allergic reaction from the inside, and then you use like a cream or an ointment to help from the outside. So that'll help like with some of the itch and stuff. Wasn't a sauce. Thankfully. Thankfully I have backup sauces in my desk. Scribe food. It's the Wendy's four thing combo where it comes with chicken nuggets. French fries. The chicken BLT. The beverage. Not sponsored, but I would take a Wendy's sponsorship. Since my chances of getting a BetterHelp sponsorship are out the window, I'm gonna have to open up to new sponsors. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all those gifted subs earlier. Now I got edible money. Yeah, questioner, I'm sorry you're going through this. I'm sorry you've been feeling so itchy. Just try your best to be calm. You know, take some stuff that can help you with it. You know, some cream, some ointment, some medicine. Just try to get comfy. Try to get comfy. I'm reading this question. Give me a second to think about this. I gotta decide how I address this. Can you let us in on the drama? I don't think I will.
Babe.
Yes?
The dogs need a break from being outside probably now because they're starting off the fireworks.
Oh, they can hang out in here with me.
Come here, Snow.
They can hang out in here with me.
Yeah, because I don't have anywhere to put them in the green room.
Yeah, let them hang out in here with me.
They need to be supervised. No, you stay. I'll feed them really quick. Come on.
Let me just say. So let's get this straight. Let's get this straight. You said something nice, and then it was revealed that it was you that said something nice and you chose to get mad about it. Because your friend was proud of you for doing something nice. And made the mistake of saying that it was you that did something nice. And so now we're burning the house down because of that. I'm not mad at you. I just want to get a clear understanding. Am I answering some questions? No, I'm talking to somebody in chat. The person who was putting stuff in the question box. It's like when you have conflict with other people in the community, I don't like hashing it out in the question box. I've had people try to do it before, and I'm not really interested in doing that. One of the ways that we self-harm is by sabotaging our relationships. One of the ways in which we self-harm is by pushing people away who actually care about us, as a way of reaffirming our intrusive thoughts that nobody could love me, nobody wants me, nobody could accept me. As we push people away and say, see, I was right. She ghosted you after sending I'm sorry. So is this unforgivable, is the question. Do you have it in your heart to forgive? Can I just be 100% real with you? It sounds like you're stressed out and you're having a BPD response, and this is just me being perfectly honest with you. This is what I've seen people who are struggling with those types of volatile relationship symptoms do. Like, you don't have to obliterate a friendship because somebody made a mistake. If somebody told me that, I would talk to them about it. What would I feel? I don't know, flattered, I guess. Yeah, I'm clocking out today. I'm clocking out. Like, normally when you have a conflict with a friend, you should try to resolve it. And if it doesn't resolve immediately, that's okay, give it more time. Just because you don't resolve a conflict with your friend within 24 hours doesn't mean that you need to obliterate that friendship. That indicates a habit of self-destructive behavior. You want to break that habit? Then learn to make amends. Instead of burning down the house. I know that you feel like you're dialed up to 11 right now, and so I'm not taking the things that you say very sincerely, because I know that you're upset. I hope to see you around. I hope you don't feel like you gotta run away forever. Like, we all want the best for you. We're done. Anyway. See you next time.